Call to order the April 22nd, 2026 meeting of the Board of Equalization of Albemarle County. And we will start with a roll call to determine if we have a quorum.
Jim Knoxon present.
Frank Friedman present. Evan Mayo present.
David Mitchell present.
David Norford present.
Thank you. Finding a quorum, we can move to the agenda. Is been printed for us on these. So first want to look at the approval. Well, I should say, does anyone have anything to add to the agenda? It's printed at the bottom of the pre-printed minutes for us.
I do not.
Okay. Hearing none, we can look at the minutes from the March 26, 2026 organizational meeting. These minutes were prepared by the assessor's office for us. Anybody have amendments or changes to the minutes? Notice anything inaccurate?
No.
Make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Second. So before we vote on that, may I move to just make a small adjustment in the date? The March 27, 2025 at the top, I think should read March 26, 2026. Right. Any disagreement there? Okay. So then we would draw your motion or amend it based.
I amend it to accept the minutes with the change of 2026 instead of 2025.
And 26 instead of 27, right? The day is different.
All right, which
Could it be March 26, 2026?
okay, so March, yeah.
Okay. Is there a second for Mr. Norford's motion to accept the minutes subject to the correction of the date at the top to be printed as March 26, 2026?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes unanimously. We'll now move to hearing number 1, application 6, James and Sarah Aldridge, property ID 30733. Good morning.
Morning.
We're the Board of Equalization. You'll have an opportunity to present your case. Then the assessor's office will present their perspective on the application. And then there's a short rebuttal period. You're welcome to tell us anything that you want. What I can tell you is that historically, the applicants that are successful tend to focus on the statutory factors that we could consider, and the anything else may not be the best use of your time. So
Good.
yes. Swearing. Oh, swearing in. Yes. Oh, I need to put that in the agenda for next time. Thank you. So will you be offering testimony today?
Yes.
Very good. Well, I'll swear you in. Anyone who from the assessor's office is going to be giving testimony today, I'd be grateful if you'd also raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. You have up to 10 minutes, Mr. Aldridge.
Okay. And then I had submitted a presentation. Do you have access to that? I'll refer to it a couple of times.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for having me here today. Thanks for your service on this board. I appreciate the opportunity to present my case. My name is James Aldridge. I've been the owner of 11 Orchard Road in the Bel Air Liberty Hills neighborhood in the Samuel Miller district since 2021. I've lived in the Bel Air neighborhood for 9 years since 2017 and previously owned 9 Canterbury Road before selling that property and buying 11 Orchard in early 2021. I've tried to lay out my arguments clearly in the presentation you received. I've also read through the assessor's write-up and rebuttal to my arguments. I understand that the county has a certain process and a model which allows it to generate its assessments in mass every year, but the methodology and/or the model does not seem very accurate to me, at least as it relates to my home. At the end of the day, as an outsider to this process, all I can say is that the county's assessment of this particular property at 11 Orchard Road seemed fairly arbitrary and not grounded in reality, and that it also lacks uniformity compared to the assessments of other similar homes in the neighborhood. And if we start by looking at page 2 of my presentation, you can see that the last renovation of this home was in 2014, and there have been no changes to the physical characteristics of this home or the lot since then. And yet over the 5 years from 2021 to 2026, the assessed value of this home went up by 4x before being revised down slightly upon the original appeal in March. So in 2021, the assessors believed my home was worth $924,000. And 5 years later, they believed it was worth $3.7 million, despite no changes to the property. So the county's methodology led it to conclude that a home that did not change at all increased in value by 33% a year over 5 years, when the overall county increased by 7.4% annually. To me, it seems there's obviously something wrong here. So it's my opinion that the assessment process, at least as it relates to my home, lacks any precision or really any grounding in basic reality or the market dynamics. So what are the possible explanations for this? I'm really at a loss to explain it, but here's my basic argument. The assessed value of a home should reflect its fair market value. The fair market value of a home is the sale price when offered for sale by one who desires but is not obliged to sell it, and is bought by one who is under no necessity of having it. The last time this home was sold was February 2021 at a price of $1.85 million. That was the fair market value 5 years ago. Since then, there have been no significant changes to the characteristics of the home. So the only explanation for the 67% increase in the assessed value is that the overall local market in the specific has increased in value. The assessor acknowledges that the 4 homes used in his comp set are, quote, significantly smaller than the subject. I know it's not the assessor's standard methodology, but it seems logical to me, especially in the absence of a quality comp set for 2025, that we could look at the 5 other homes that were sold in early 2021 to assess whether there is fairness and uniformity in the assessment increases. But when we look at those 5 other similar homes that were sold around the same time in 2021 in the same neighborhood, those homes have only seen their assessments rise by about 50%. Indeed, those increases are in a very tight band of plus 48% to plus 55%. But for some reason, 11 Orchard's assessment rose first by 100% and then by 67% upon revision. I was the seller of one of those other homes, 9 Canterbury Road, and represented myself in a for sale by owner transaction, so I'm intimately familiar with the characteristics of all the homes which sold in Bel Air in spring of 2021. 9 Canterbury sold for $1.75 million. Very close to the price at which I bought 11 Orchard at $1.85 million. 9 Canterbury was of a similar grade, square footage, and lot size, although it sits in the front of the neighborhood, which typically commands a price to square foot premium versus the back of the neighborhood. 9 Canterbury's assessment over the past 5 years has risen 49%. Importantly, one of those homes, 31 Old Farm, was sold twice, once in 2021 and again in 2025. And its assessed value in 2026 is 55% higher than its sale price in 2021. So we have 2 market-based transactions to validate that new assessment. So that's really what I'm trying to understand here. Why did the assessment for my home rise 67% when the 5 others only rose about 50%? I have no good answer to this question other than 11 Orchard's assessment is not fair or equal. A 50% increase in assessment versus the 2021 sale price would imply a value of $2.775 million. Now, as it relates to the assessor's write-up in its defense of its methodologies, the assessor's rebuttal pushes back on using sales comps older than a year, but there's nothing in the law that prevents this. The assessor explicitly acknowledges that the 4 sales in Bel Air that it used for its 2025 comps were, quote, significantly smaller in size than the subject parcel, thus undermining its credibility that 2025 sales comps are sufficient for the 2026 assessment. The assessor does not acknowledge my argument regarding the 56% increase in assessed land value from 2025 to 2026, or the elevated price per acre valuation versus 2 parcels nearby, which is shown on page 8 of the presentation. The assessor once again has refused to include in its comp set a home that was sold in 2025 in the neighborhood 4 Canterbury Road, even though the law requires that this home should be included. This is now the 4th time I have encouraged the assessor's office to include this sale in its sales comps. And yet the assessor claims, quote, the property was not listed in the MLS and sold to Peak Builders, who subsequently planned to demolish the existing house and build a new one to sell, end quote. This was an arm's length transaction between a willing buyer and seller who are unrelated parties. It was also not a forced or distressed sale. The intended use of this property, i.e. potentially a teardown, does not have any bearing and is not grounds for exclusion according to Virginia law. The lack of listing on the MLS does not have any bearing and is not grounds for exclusion according to Virginia law or standard USPAP appraisal practice. The subsequent sale of this parcel in March 2026 does not have any bearing to the assessment date of 12/31/2025. If this home were to have been properly included in the 2025 comp set, price per square foot average of the comp set would have dropped by 8%, an implied difference of $250,000 on my home, putting it right at that $2.8 million assessment valuation. And lastly, the assessor dismisses the validity of the cost approach, even though other jurisdictions in Virginia rely on this approach, especially when the sales comparables in a relevant year are lacking, which was the case in Bel Air in 2025 for homes of a similar size to mine. I once again state my belief that the fair market value of 11 Orchard Road is $2.8 million, which is where I would list the home if I were to sell it today. And I do not think the assessor's arguments backing up its valuation methodologies will hold up to scrutiny by a court. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Aldershay?
Address of the one you said Peak bought.
4 Canterbury Road.
And help me out here. Where do you have that sale documented?
I'm not sure it's in the presentation. Actually, it's on. It's on page 3. I refer to it. And then included a relevant statute which argues against its exclusion.
And you got that sales price and that information from the deed of rec,
GIS,
GI, okay.
it's public record.
Right. And they're not accepting it because I missed that part of it.
It's in their write-up. They say it wasn't listed on the MLS and it was sold to a builder who planned to demolish it.
But it transacted in 25.
Yeah, in August of 25.
Okay. You know its condition when it was bought.
Similar to the 4 other homes which were sold that were used in the 2025 comp set. They were all smaller homes.
Was it scraped? What's its condition now?
It's been demolished. It was demolished.
It's got a new house on it or under construction.
Yeah.
It's just vacant.
According to the assessor in his write-up, he said the lot was subsequently sold in 2026. I don't have any record of that.
No, I mean, you live in the neighborhood. It's not there. It's been demolished.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
The appraisal report you submitted by Benjamin Associates, his opinion of value was $3 million, right?
Correct.
And he could have averaged them, the two values, so it's not a true average, or selected the cost approach number, but didn't, presumably because he believes the sales comparison approach is the most probative of the actual value. So why should we give weight to the number that you've selected rather than the number that your expert selected that you submitted as part of the appraisal?
For 9 years, I follow every transaction. I know what my home is worth. There's other homes that have been, there's a home down the road that is a very nice home that's 5,400 square feet. It's on a beautiful lot. Listed it a year ago at $3 million. It sat for 9 months. They dropped it to 2.9. They dropped it to 2.8. They dropped it to 2.7. It hasn't sold. So, I mean, I can't use that in my specific arguments because it's not a transaction comp. But I just know where my house would sell. I mean, I got the appraisal done because it was recommended to have one done in this process. He used other houses from other neighborhoods for his determination. That's fine. I mean, I'm not relying on that appraisal for a large part of my argument here.
I had the same question that you just asked. Mr. Fincham came in at a $3 million assessment. The assessor's office only differs from that by $87,000, which is essentially the same assessment. So we have 2 independent appraisals by 2 experts coming out almost identical, and you're different from those? Why would we accept your assessment over two independent professionals?
Because you have 5 other homes in the neighborhood that have not changed since the last market-based transactions occurred. You have another home that sold twice. And all those homes went up by 50%. Nothing's changed except the neighborhood value has gone up. Mine's gone up by 67%. I don't
Why
have,
didn't Mr. Fincham accept that argument?
I'm not representing Mr. Fincham here. You guys asked me to provide the appraisal if I had gotten one done. And the assessors excluded a comparable that should be included that would drop all the values by 8%.
Did Mr. Fincham include that? So he has the $3 million as the comparison approach. Do we know what properties he used? Are they the same properties that the county used in their assessment? Are they the properties that you're now asking to be included?
He didn't use the properties I asked to be included. Properties I asked to be included, the assessor says can't be included because they weren't sold last year. I understand that argument. That's its methodology. My argument is the assessor's methodology is it's always wrong in my house. In 2021, it was assessed at $920,000, and 5 years later, it was assessed at $3.8 million. So, I mean, how am I to have any confidence in the models that they use? I'm just telling you what I think my house is worth. I'm telling you where I see fault in the methodology according to the statutory guidelines.
I mean, they immediately changed it to 1.84 million the next year. I mean, are you familiar with the metric that they use to track the effectiveness of the appraisal techniques, which is appraisal?
Yes, that's totally backward looking. They just bump it up to whatever it's sold to and then back solve for that. Makes no sense. So I'm saying, look at the fair market value of the 5 homes that were all like 4,000 to 5,000 square feet, nice homes. Not these little homes that cottages that sold last year. They've all gone up by 50%. One of them was sold twice. So you have a sale in 2021, you have a sale in 2025. That one actually had work done to the interior. None of the others, as far as I know, have. My house goes up by 100%. And then I say, guys, I called in, I was like, is this for real? 3.8 million? 100% increase? They're like, yep, that's it. The comps are correct. Then they came to the house and did some magic adjustments and all of a sudden drop it to 3.087. I mean, I'm just telling you what I see and what I think I would sell my house for.
Okay.
And if you exclude the peak builder purchase, which doesn't seem appropriate to me, that raises everything by 8% more.
Well, it doesn't seem appropriate to you to exclude the peak builder purchase, even though it was for a tear down and rebuild.
That's not relevant according to the law.
Okay.
Why don't we hear from
Yep,
the
that'd be great.
assessor's office?
Okay.
So, thank you. So I think there's a little confusion over what standard appraisal practice is. And let's talk about the sale of the property that was sold down, that was torn down. The highest and best use of that property is vacant land, which was proven by the fact that it was purchased for an exorbitant amount of money, actually, compared to the rest of the land values that are here. And it wouldn't really be compared to improved properties, it would be compared to land. So that really, if we'd included it, it wouldn't be as an improved sale, it would be as at its highest and best use as a land sale, and it would not help the applicant at all. It would actually do the opposite.
Because instead of 500K, it would suggest his lot is worth 1.1 million.
Correct. Which, of course, it's only one sale, and we would never go there on one sale. But it's not an indication of a lower value; it's an indication of a higher. So there's a lot of talk about the state law and requirements and things we're allowed and not allowed to do. What we're supposed to do is follow standard appraisal practice, which we have done. And I think it's a really good sign of the process working. And I appreciate Mr. Alge allowing us to come into his home and doing an inspection because that allowed us to update the description of his property, which is really important. We didn't find anything wrong with our model. What we found was our description was off on his property, and we adjusted it. So it dropped from not 3.8, but about 3.7 million to just over 3 million because of that process. And that's a really important part of this process, the review process, to make sure we have the correct details on the home. Once we do that, the model works really well. And I think not just the comparables that we provide you, but the comparables that he provides you all show that our model works for all of those properties. Now, any talk about the amount of change of a property, whether it's the subject property or the comparables, or how this one changed more or less than this one, that is totally irrelevant. And I don't think the law talks about specifically how percent change has anything to do with value, but it's not a standard appraisal practice to consider the amount of change of any properties. It's only about comparing the sale of actual properties over the based on where your value is now. You're using those sales to determine where your values are now. And there was one other point I wanted to make about standard practice, which just eluded me. But I feel that for one thing about the appraisal, I absolutely agree that it's the appraiser deciding that the sales comparison approach is the appropriate approach. Residential appraisers do not depend on the cost approach. There's fee appraisers. They just don't. They do they include a cost approach kind of by standard practice, but they never. I dare anybody to ever find a fee appraisal on a residential home that relies on the cost approach, unless it's a very specialized property. And I don't think Mr. Fincham would agree with averaging those. And if he had thought that that was the appropriate way to go, he would have done that himself in the reconciliation of his appraisal. But I believe that right now, where we have already reduced the value down to just over $3 million, is well supported by the sales. It's well supported by the appraisal, and that we're in the right.
Can you provide just a little bit of detail on why you adjusted from 3.7 million down to 3 million?
Yes.
Can you give us a little detail on that?
Should be in this note. The dwelling lacks the details indicative of an A+. Change the grade to an A. So we adjusted the grade down from A+ to A. That's a big chunk of right there. We also, the dwelling was remodeled some in 2014, but showing some age. We changed the condition from excellent to good. Good reflects that renovations were done, but it's not as extensive. So that is also a reduction. And then there were some minor other changes, but this substantive change would have been the grade change and the condition change. And those are things we're not going to see unless we get inside the house, which is why we value that those on review or appeal.
So in terms of the grade, just looking at the comps, the grade is kind of all over the place for the different comps. I guess in the ideal world, you'd have a bunch of sales in the neighborhood of properties with the same grade. And here you sort of have to use all the different grades and sort of figure out the difference. It seems like part of the argument that's being presented by the homeowner here is that his property is a lower, or his grade of property would sell for less than what we're appraising it at. So I'm just wondering how how much confidence do we have in those grades, in the comparables?
They're pretty good. I mean, not perfect.
Because we haven't inspected all of those properties,
We
right?
haven't seen the interior of all those properties. We've been in some of them, and we also have the MLS interior pictures that we're able to see,
Yep.
which is still a good indication. It's better to get inside, but it's good to have those MLS pictures that show a lot of the extensive, they take a lot of pictures inside these.
They do, right?
So, and you can get those online. You can just look them up on realty.com usually.
Okay.
And see them. So we're pretty confident with our grades being, either right on or very close on not just the subject, but all the.
Some of those pictures are
That is true.
You know,
That is true.
glamour shots.
Right.
With specific filters.
Yeah,
But I mean, if somebody wants to let you in their house to show you the reality, that is clearly,
That is
it can be beneficial as it
Correct.
was. For the,
I have a question about I think you said it was 4 Canterbury Roads, the one they tore down?
Correct.
The value that now holds as land value, how does that compare? You said it wouldn't help in his case. What's the actual comparison?
I don't have that. Do you have that? We haven't made it
theoretically argue they paid 1.5 million for a lot.
for a lot. Exactly.
They paid, and then you got to add in the cost to demo the building.
Correct.
So I mean, that,
You gotta tear the building down
Exactly.
too, right?
Yeah. So
There aren't any.
there was some craziness done in the last couple of years, to be honest with you, when it comes to these, especially your
Can
neighborhood.
I ask a question there?
I guess. Can you ask a question?
Sure. Well, just on this point of law, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but what I put on page 3. The law requires that assessments of real property shall be of fair market value, which is the price when offered for sale by one who desires but not obliged to sell it and bought by one of no necessity of having it. Actual present value of the land with all its adaptations to general and special uses and not its prospective, speculative, or possible land value based on future expenditures and improvements. So
I don't disagree with you. I think it was purchased with that property on it. At that time in 2005 or 25. And, I think what you might see is in 26, when it now no longer has a parcel, everybody in your neighborhood is going to get hammered because of that.
that's fine, but I'm not allowed to use 2026.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying, I hear what you're saying. I actually kind of agree with you. I mean, in 26, I think you might have, it will be
for 27.
right, but the 26 condition of it.
Yeah, so I don't know if I answered your question, but essentially, we have that property, the comparable vacant parcel now, it says for 549.4, and it sold for 790.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta.
It's just an outlier, an extreme outlier, actually. And we have to, in our judgment, the law tells us a few things, but in our judgment, we have to determine what is usable and what is not usable. This sale is not usable. And it's not usable in the sense that the applicant is thinking this. It's actually a detriment to what it's saying.
I'm looking at, I'm gonna assume that these assessments, historical assessments on your page 2. So from the time that it was remodeled in 7 years, the assessment went up by about 100%. 571 to 924. Before the case. Yeah. And then you did the purchase, and purchased it for 1.8, and next year the assessment went to 1.8. And then we've had this, I mean, frankly, countywide, but in specific neighborhoods, significant increases. Reasons that I would argue are not to be made. I've made them before. We just don't build enough housing. There's too many wealthy people in this community. Good problem to have, but it's still an issue.
Want to make sure that the applicant gets the opportunity, but so you're gonna have up to 3 minutes if there's anything further you wanted to add.
Listen, I'm not the expert here. I don't, the models don't really seem to have a lot of bearing in reality from my perspective when you look at this historical track record. All I'm saying is I know where I would list my house today. I think it's backed up by all the comparables in the neighborhood. These 4 homes that were used in the comp stat were all small little cottages. They garnered a much higher price per square foot valuation because people want to live in the neighborhood. I get that. But that because you buy a 2,000 square foot cottage, you pay a premium to be in our neighborhood. That doesn't mean you extrapolate the price per square foot to a 5,000 square foot home. And that's what's being done here. And I still don't have a good answer for why if the only thing that's changed for 6 houses that were all sold in a 4-month period in 2021, which was sort of the early innings of this frenzied period, all of those go up by 50%. One is sold twice, goes up by 55%. What has changed about mine that makes it go up by 67%? I understand that's not your assessment value methodology. It just doesn't make logical sense to me. And I think the courts would have a problem with this exclusion with Hamburg. So that's really it. I mean, all this started because I get the assessment that my house has gone from 2.5 to 3.7 million in a year. It's like, what's going on here? So that, I'm going to dig in and see what's going on here, but nothing in here seems to justify this massive increase relative to the other 5 houses.
Okay, thank you. So we have time to deliberate. Would like to start.
I'll just say that given the appraisal by Mr. Fincham, the lack of difference between that and what the county has come up with, I don't think we're arguing about a whole lot of value.
Right, it's about 3%, 87,000 roughly.
I mean, 87,000 is a lot of money, but not when you're talking $3.5 million.
Yeah,
Assessment to start with. So.
Be clear, the county's at 3.8087, down from the 3.699. Which is still a 50% to 25% increase from 25. Correct.
I guess find the appraisal submitted by the applicant probably the most important piece of evidence. That appraiser had the opportunity to use the cost approach and declined to use it, and gave more weight to the comparable approach for residential home. I think that's consistent with what the assessor's office is asking us to do. We're saying is a best practice. It wouldn't make sense to me to average the amounts together, particularly if the applicant submits, an appraisal from the applicant, right? Sort of the applicant has submitted that as part of its evidence. I suppose you can overcome the evidence and say, actually, I just claim it. I think this is other thing that's more persuasive, but I'm more inclined to accept the accuracy of the appraiser, the number selected by the appraiser, and the fact that it happens to line up with what the assessor's office or very close to what the assessor's office submitted. I think would weigh in favor of the accuracy of the assessor's office. I have to say, some of the language used to describe the assessor's office's process, I think is just simply inaccurate. I mean, to say that there's no conception in reality or there's no method here. There's a very clear metric to track the method. It's appraisal to sale ratio. The closer to one that is, the better the method, the more accurate, precise the method. And the data that we have suggests that they've done quite well at that in this particular neighborhood. And it's not dead on, but within a couple percentage points. So I just disagree with that characterization of the process that was applied here. As to whether it's 3.087 or 3 million, I think I have less of a strong view. I'm not sure that there's there's been a great deal of argument about which one is more accurate. It's sort of hard to tell. Both of those numbers would seem more accurate to me than 2.8 million or 2.621.
I'm at the same place. When two professionals independently assess the property and come that close together, to me, that speaks of it being fair and accurate.
I have a question mainly just about sales comparison versus cost. Do other, yeah, you're applying the same criteria. What is where the wind's blowing on that?
Or
Is
are
it
you
true
talking about
that
the
other-
reference
is
to
it-
other jurisdictions use the cost
Do
approach?
other jurisdictions use cost?
So I'm surprised that he didn't say we're using the cost approach, because what we do looks like the cost approach, where we use a price or a value per square foot. We adjust that for size. We add some cost components for decks and stuff like that. And we make adjustments to the square foot, and then we come up with our total value. It actually looks then there's depreciation for how old it is. That's looks like a cost approach. It actually isn't, because it's really a mass appraisal approach. Virginia Beach, I think he mentions, I worked in Virginia Beach. They have a very similar process to us. Again, it might look like a cost approach, but it's not. So I don't know about all other jurisdictions, but they all do mass appraisal to come up with their values. So they're using market data, not cost data, to determine what those values are, and then compare them to the sale prices to determine ratios the same way we do.
We go to page 6 of the assessor that shows the assessor provided comment. I just have one quick clarification. I'm leaning the same way as my colleagues, but I just wanted to, so the units, I previously asked about the grade of the property, and sort of the importance of the grade. So when I look at, the subject property is graded an A. If I look just at the other two properties that are graded an A, the values are 2.5 and 2.2. And I understand that, there's differences in square foot, differences in the size of the lot, so there's other things going on. Can you sort of help me understand why the subject property is being appraised higher than those other two properties, which are similar in grade?
Oh, certainly. And one of the other things that will definitely affect value is the style of the home, 1 story versus 1.5 versus 2. With the 1 story, there's a lot more value per square foot, because it's all on, there's no efficiency of having a second floor.
Okay.
So those will cause the value, not just our value, but what people will pay for. So the difference you see in comparable number 1 and the subject is that comparable number 1 is a 1.5 story. And the same, let's see,
Yeah, comparable four is a smaller property,
Small.
and so that's the,
That's why we show all of these details in these comps. In the past, the address would be thrown out, well, this is cheaper than ours and my house and stuff like that. But when you look at all the different criteria which are important to the valuation, then you can see how those differences indicate different values, lower or up.
I think the last thing I'll mention is this property sold for 1.85 million in February of 2021. And I'm not hearing the owner contest that was fair market value, presumably he believed it was. But I'm sympathetic, or I'm empathetic to the assessor's argument that we can't use 2021 comps to inform the value of 2026. The applicant is asking us to value his property today at 2.6 million or 2.8 million. So implicit in that request is a recognition that over the last 5 years, the value has risen from at least 1.85 to 2.8. So using the comps from 2021 with no adjustment would apply a sort of plainly inaccurate price per square foot. I mean, if you adjusted all of the ones that the owner requested on the appraisal comps and the equity comps from 2021 by the price per square foot GLA only by 50%, it wouldn't be helpful to the argument, right? It would suggest that we were undervalued. And that's primarily, I think, a disagreement about methodology. The assessor's office is using 1 year window because they believe it's the most probative of where the market is today. I could see maybe going a little outside of that, but 2021, just from having been on this board for probably since then, it'd be hard for me to rely on those numbers and say that they were good evidence of what the value is today. Just require too many stacked inferences and assumptions.
May I respond to that?
We're in the deliberating phase, so I think probably better not to continue with the rebuttal out of fairness to the other applicants. Any other perspectives, questions? Okay. Is there a motion with respect to this application? Number one.
To affirm the assessor's figures.
At 3,087,800.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Norford. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the assessor's assessment of property AID number 3073, its application number 6 is affirmed. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now call applicant number 23. Property ID 0670. Owners are Yuri Varshovsky and Jennifer Olson Varshovsky. Yeah, it's probably easiest for the webcam to capture you. Record you.
Peter Lynch.
So listed as testifying for the applicant is also Jennifer F. Olson Varshovsky. Will it just be you today, Mr. Varshovsky? Okay, very good. Would you mind raising your hand and I'll swear you in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, so you have 10 minutes to present your argument, and then there'll be a 7-minute presentation by the assessor and a 3-minute rebuttal.
So my property is not in a neighborhood. It's located off of Prophet Road and behind another property. The the comparable properties that I sent to the office showing what they assessed other properties around me are all either directly touching my property or adjacent to the properties that are touching my property. And all of those properties, the houses there are comparable in size to my house. The actual square footage in some of the houses might be listed as smaller, but they all have basements. And they all have at least partially finished basements. And when you include that, I guess, area of the property, finished property, it's more than my living space. So I think they're comparable. They're all valued significantly under what my property is valued at. And that's my basic argument, is that every single property around me, or almost every single property around me, is valued significantly lower than my property. And I don't understand why. My property, my house, the condition of my house, my property is on par with all of those, except for the property that's right in front of me. That is an absolute dump, excuse my language. It's a rental that's been broken up into like 5 or 6 little tiny apartments. And it's a huge mess that, yes, it should be valued much lower than my property, but at the same time, it affects the value of my property as well. And my last argument is that when I bought my property, which was back in 2013, I believe it was valued by the county at that time at like around 315-ish. The owners, the sellers at that time, I think they started out asking at like 350, then like down to like 330. The property was on sale for a year and a half, could not sell. I ended up buying it for 232 at that time, which is a significantly under what it was valued by the county even at that time.
What year was that again? Sorry.
2013. And I believe the reason nobody wanted that property is because of the property that's right in front of me that significantly lowers the actual value of my property. So that's my argument. I assume you have the paperwork that compares.
Yes, the sheet that you prepared here at the table.
Can we put that one on screen?
Can I have one more thing? The property in front of me. There's always trash out there. There's always debris. There's always some weird tents. They burn trash from time to time in 50-gallon drums that I have to call fire department on them, or other neighbors do, because of the smell of plastic and whatever they're burning in the. Just to give you, I guess, an idea.
Yeah, I'm looking at Google Earth.
What's the address of that property?
2929.
2929.
And I share
Shared entrance, right?
I share driveway entrance with it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything further from the applicant?
There is one thing I noticed just now. So the grade, and I'm not sure, is the grade the actual how level the ground is?
I mean, 2 things, I think. Where are you seeing it?
So,
On the counties.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
so
think that's a description of it's, you can answer
The
it.
grade is the quality of the house.
Not
Let's talk
the,
about the land.
not the topography.
Yeah.
It's
it says grade and it's like C+1.
That's the quality of the house, quality construction.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Brosharsky. Okay, so we'll hear from the assessor's office, please.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add. One thing I do want to point out, it's not generally understood very well. But below grade or finished basement is not the same value as above grade finished living area. And sometimes, I mean, even the real estate agents, when they list properties, they'll say, oh, this is a 2,000 square foot home, but it's really 1,000 square feet above grade and 1,000 square feet finished in the basement. Not that the basement finish doesn't have any value, but it's just not as valuable. So if you're comparing even the same square footage homes, but some of that finishes in the basement on one and the other one isn't. And I think that's kind of a big difference in the comparables that Mr. Brashowski has provided. is that there are, they're smaller above grade homes by 300 or 400 square feet, but they've got finish in the basement. But again, you can see in this grid that, you know, we're adjusting, or, you know, we're showing all those differences. And even based on those differences, you know, all of these are coming up with lower value, lower overall values, but it's because of those differences, which is why we've provided some different comparables that have, you know, more square footage above grade, similar grades to the subject. And so they're a little more similar, and not that, you know, I don't think that the comparables that the applicant provided actually proved that his assessment is too high. I think they just proved that the model is working for those and adjusting for those differences. And they are the lowest, you know, they're low sales, but they're not proving that we're wrong. We also show some higher sales that actually bracket the subject, they're below and above. And we've got the same grade actually in all of our comparables, and we've got larger and smaller homes above grade stuff. Between all of those, between the brackets of his and the brackets of ours, I believe that we're well supported for the value. Oh, yeah, I can, yeah. So, and these are the properties that he provided as comparables are comparable assessment properties. They're not necessarily sales. They're not recent sales. They're most recent, I think, is 2023. And I didn't think about this at the time in the last hearing, but there are rules that are generally followed by residential appraisers that you don't use fee appraisers don't typically use sales of homes that are more than 6 months old, because underwriting will not allow, they will not accept those sales. So it's not in your state law, it's in your, you know, practice. Now we use the entire prior year and we try to come up with, you know, obviously we want it, but I wanted to add that in. It is important that your sales are as recent as possible.
There's a question about the property in front. So when I look at how the comparables are done, you're looking just at the condition of the house, and, you know, it seems like the process is sort of set up where it's hard to take into account the condition of the property that you share a driveway with. So I'm very sensitive to the point that you're sharing it, you know, it's not just a neighboring house, you're sharing a driveway with a house that's in very poor condition. And so I think it's a very legitimate point that if he were to try to list his house for sale, that condition of that property in front would have a pretty negative impact on what he would be able to sell his house for. But it doesn't seem like that's something we're able to capture with the way the methodology is set up.
It actually is something we can capture. And that's captured, and actually I'll bring the photograph. But I say it's something we can capture, but it doesn't look like it's something we have captured.
Okay.
This situation where the property, no, forget the disheveled state of the property in front, but just the access itself, we would typically adjust the land value just for that access, and we haven't done that.
Okay.
So I would propose that change be made. There is a way to also adjust for, you know, additionally for the fact that it's not just access through a normal property, but possibly a distressed property. And we're not doing that either currently.
Okay. And how much would that, I mean, so if we were to do that, how much would that lower?
Well, the access itself, it would just be on the land, and it would, see, this is all one. This is just 2 acres.
Yeah, it's just too.
It would be 10% reduction on the land. So it would cause the land to drop to 88.2 from 98. So just under $10,000.
And what adjustment do you have in the past for distressed properties.
Uh,
We've had, I remember last year we had that.
We had one.
We had
We
one.
did have one with kind of a distress. It was
Next
it
to
was next to it,
Right,
correct.
yeah.
And I don't, do you remember, was that 5% we used for? It,
It would have been on the land or the.
it would have been on the land, correct. I think it was on the land. I don't exactly remember. And it really matters the severity of it. Whether
I think this is
the
worse.
land and the building.
Yeah, I think this is worse than the one from last year because he had a field and he planted some trees and he didn't have to drive
away.
and he didn't have to drive by it.
Yeah,
He just knew it was there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think those are two fair
Uh,
points to look at.
On the assessor provided comparables, the assessment to sale ratio 1.917, that reflects the sale price back in 2013
It-
versus this
It
assessment?
does, it does. Actually, I tried to get those.
Doesn't that kind of prove that maybe we were missing something back in 2013 too?
Actually, I look back in 2013, we were assessing the property at, we weren't that far off. 2013, 278, so we were above what he ended up paying for it. But in the following year, we dropped it to 247 based on the trend. So we were representing what we found in that sale. We probably learned more information when it sold, not just the sale price, but more information about the subject, description wise.
Did the applicant want to make any rebuttal? You have up to 3 minutes if there's anything further.
What was the evaluation of the property in front of me, the 2929 in 2013? Because it was high back then.
It was fine or what did?
No, it was high, meaning that my house and the house in front of me
What was it?
were comparable. I'm going by my memory right now.
Was the house in that condition?
Yes.
It was.
It was.
It was 201.6 in 2013.
What was the address on that one?
Excuse me.
The address is 2929 Profit Road is the property in front of us.
Anything further, Mr. Vrashowski?
So I think that my argument is that the properties directly around me are valued significantly lower than my property. The basement argument, I get it, but also all those houses, or at least all but one, I think, have walkout basements, which I think actually is comparable when you have finished walkout basement to normal living space. The other argument is the county is using recently sold houses that are significantly far away from my house, and they are mostly in neighborhoods, which in Albemarle County significantly increases, I think, the how fast you can sell your house and how much you can sell your house for. And I don't think you can directly compare my property to a lot of the properties that the county is using to compare to the recently sold price. And fundamentally my argument is that the houses around me are valued right now significantly lower than my house is. And I don't understand why. To me, that's an unfairness issue.
Okay. Thank you. We ready to deliberate? Okay. So I guess the first thing I like to look at is on page 2 of the assessor's presentation is the median AS ratio and then the coefficient of dispersion. And am I correct on that, Pete, that 1.71 is exceptional? It means it's a very tight fit.
It's very tight, yes.
Yeah. So that doesn't mean that this particular property, they did a good job on it, but as a sort of context or background, the data on this neighborhood is matching very tightly to the sale prices that they'd expect to see. So that gives me some degree of confidence in the way that this was approached. I trust the way that the basements are done. We've been down the rabbit hole on this a number of times, and I've always concluded that it was appropriate and fair the way they value that at a different square, the square footage there as a different amount than the above grade pieces. I do understand the applicant's request for adjustment based on the property next door. It gives me a little bit of heartburn to respond to sort of operational features of the property. So they could stop burning trash in 2027, right? And so that's a little bit concerning, but I do think this is a distressed property and seems appropriate for some adjustment there. It also seems like, and it would appear the assessment office agrees that the access adjustment should be made. So I'd be in favor of that one and probably something for the adjacent distressed property. If we didn't have to access through it, I think I might feel differently on that, but the way the properties are positioned there, that would seem equitable.
I agree with that. What does the county think about? I mean, we got 10% on the access. What are we thinking? What are we thinking on the neighborhood, the neighbor?
So there's several factors that we consider. One of them is what we're talking about is passing past that property as you drive in. From what you see in the picture, he's not looking at it from when he's at home. So one of the things is, what do they see when they're at home and they're sitting on their back porch and they're looking out? Do they see this trash? Or, obviously he mentioned the burning, the smoke smell. That's a little bit different. So one aspect of it is driving past it, and one aspect of it is, do you see it from the house? So if he looked directly at it from his house, that would be a more
On the house,
on the house.
so there's the severeness of it, but then are you applying it to the land or are you applying it to the overall?
I think if it was directly affecting, when you were in the house or, on the porch or whatever, it would affect the house. I think we would probably restrict it to just the land.
How big's that lot?
It's really an access past that. How big's the lot? 2 acres. 2 acres, yes.
Zoom out.
Looks like the front one's about.
What do we think the distance is? So that's roughly a
Oh, I
square,
can tell you.
You can measure
distances.
building to building, house to house.
Do you have any,
Yeah, I know,
do you have any metric for
300 feet.
somebody's not gonna wanna buy that because it's right next door to this dump?
I mean, that's what we're trying to measure.
I know, but I mean,
Yeah.
that has nothing to do with whether you can see it when you're sitting on your front porch or not, because you gotta drive by it every day.
Correct.
But it's hard to.
Yeah, it's gonna be the
I
first
agree.
thing.
It's a tough one to.
Yeah.
Determine. Is somebody gonna want to buy that, drive by that house? What is the?
Well, I think the houses across the street and in the neighborhood, like say within a quarter of a mile or maybe less, eighth of a mile. Those sales are gonna be impacted by that house and that'll filter through your data. But I think there should be something for,
I do too.
but I'm open to suggestions, I guess is the best.
Yeah, I can tell you what the value would be if you have a specific suggestion, a percent change or something like that.
Yeah.
Could the assessor's office please share more about what the various options would be to apply that? What has been done historically, or where would you find it most natural to apply? What type of an adjustment? And that might help inform our.
Okay. The two things we would do to the land, definitely, and possibly it would be economic depreciation to the building. So we would come in here. I'm on the neighbor's property. Get that. We would come in and under economic obsolescence and put 5% for neighboring properties.
Is that on just the land or the total?
That's on the building itself. This part doesn't affect the land at all. And then on the land, just like I made the change for the access, which I didn't save,
10%.
10% on the land.
we would make an additional change. I'll just call it view right now, but the, let's say 5% there, which would with just using those numbers would reduce the land value from, I want to say it was 98,000. 98,000 was the original number. The land would come down to 83.8 based on using 10% for access and 5% for that view. And then the improvement value would drop
16.
340 46.8 to 329. So the overall value would change to 413.1.
The total adjustment of approximately 31,000
That sounds right.
between land and
Correct.
so 5% feels about right to me. I think someone will feel like a $22,000 discount off of someone will drive past that, I think, for that amount of money. It's a meaningful discount off market price. So I feel good about the 5% adjustment applied to the land and the building, and then the 10% adjustment for access as the assessor's office has proposed.
I agree with that.
And that number, Peter, again, was 413,100. I'll make a motion. Are you ready for a motion? I'll make a motion to support the 413,100.
I'll second the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, for applicant number 23, the motion passes to adjust the land to $83,800.
Hold on.
Sorry,
Say the line again.
83,800.
Okay.
And then the improvements would be,
329,300.
that's what I have, 329,300.
Total of 413,100.
Correct.
Okay.
Your chair, can I propose that we take a 5-minute break?
Oh, certainly. Thank you for your application.
Thank you.
All right.
Well done.
Thanks.
Yeah. You want probably get a motion. We have on our that he paid. properties purchased by the owner in 2015, so we have that right now.
And his current assessment compared to expenses plus two.
Subject value increased 11.4. Half year. Yeah.
Compared to his purchase. Anyway. It's already-
Oh, a little. We're right on the order of details. We don't get you ready next couple. We're going to water rationing.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
2002.
Here.
But now they have raised the Ragged Mountain Reservoir since then.
That's right, that's right.
So maybe, but
I thought they did something.
remember they closed down all the car washes and you weren't allowed to have a glass of water at the
The
restaurant.
restaurants were using paper plates and
Right.
plastic forks.
But they said
They'd have
the
to wash
reservoir
them.
right now is still at something like 98 or 99%.
Right.
So,
But we're just getting into when the trees get the leaves on. you
Start
start
sucking all the
water
groundwater out.
out of there. That's when it goes really quick.
now back then, our problem was not lack of rain, it was lack of storage of water.
Yes.
We had to make an investment
Well,
to
yeah.
deal with it.
We had a really inexpensive,
I would guess.
genius location. up in
Yes, Rachel,
County.
that's the next one of the.
James River's fighting musclefish, a fucking snail.
But at least we expanded
Mollusk.
our capacity.
But we could have did. We spent a lot. Could have, is what I'm saying. It's just. You could have created twice the habitat you were disturbing somewhere else,
That could be.
but, you know. I will still argue there were people still around, but even back then, that were actively. Pushing back on all types of infrastructure, road, utilities,
Yes.
whatever.
Yeah.
Not. I'm gonna say it. Disingenuously. Arguing because of environmental issues, when they really just wanted people to stop.
It just want no growth at all.
Right.
No, you know, there's somebody
And
would
we-
do that.
And we're living in the. In the result of that, with these people complaining about the cost of their house. Get the elected officials you vote for, you know what I'm saying? And you're not gonna turn around and. It took 20, 30 years to get here, no silver bullet.
Exactly.
Yes, Peter Lynch.
And second.
So if you want to come sit over here, all right?
I've actually just put together a one pager here.
Okay.
No new information, just what I've already in mind. Thank you.
You ready to resume? Your team all squared away, Pete?
We are all squared away, yes.
All right, so, good morning, we're the Board of Equalization. Mr. Seckley, this is application number 18, property number 1857. And you'll have 10 minutes to present your argument, followed by 7 minutes from the assessor's office and a 3-minute rebuttal if you'd like to make one. We've been provided the materials that you submitted, ahead of time, so, this new 1-page document submitted today and, ready to hear what you have to say.
Good. All right.
Oh, swear.
Swear
Yeah.
in.
Maybe we need an officer just for swearing. Will there be anyone from the assessors? Oh, already sworn in. You've already got it. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, Mr. Seckley, that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Ken Seckley. I'm a retired small business person. I live at 1232 Durrett Ridge Road in Earlysville, which is my home and property that I'd like to talk about for the next few minutes. First, just to say thank you for your service and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about my situation. And I also want to just say, I want to recognize Jim Shelley of the assessor's office, who's been out to my home several times in the past few years. It's always been conducting himself at the highest level of professionalism. So I appreciate that. So just the situation that led to me making this appeal. My home in 2024 was assessed at $418,200 fair market value by the assessor's office. It then underwent significant remodeling, at least in terms of upgrading kitchen and bathrooms. Didn't change the footprint of the house, but recognized that there was a lot of fresh paint applied, and the assessor's office came back in 2025, last year, with an original assessment of $788,000. I was expecting an increase. I wasn't expecting anything like that increase, so I appealed it at the time. And the assessor's office just last year agreed with me and said, yeah, we probably went too far. Let's go to $706,600. Not quite as much of a reduction as I had hoped, but I appreciated that and thought that was great. Then I received my assessment for this year, and we're right back up over an 11% increase back to $787,400. Basically just reverting to whatever the model calculated last year before my successful appeal. So I felt that this was inconsistent and not particularly fair or a fair representation of fair market value. So I took a look at some comps. I thought the timing was particularly important, as was just discussed in the last hearing here. And so, and especially with what the market is doing these days, with the movement in interest rates and what has occurred over the last couple of years. So the assessor provided 5 comps, 2 from 2024 and 2 from the first half of 2025. So all of those comps were well over a year old, well past that 6-month guideline that we were just talking about in the last hearing. I tried to find comps that were much more timely, and I provided 3 comps of closed sales in Earlysville from the last 4 months of 2025 that I think are more representative of what fair market value is. And then on the level of home attributes, my home at 1232 Durrett Ridge, it's on a crawl space, just over 2,000 square feet, 2.5 baths, 4 bedrooms. The assessor comps, all 5 of the assessor comps had finished basements versus my crawl space. 1 comp had 4 baths, 2 had 3.5 baths, and so on. Whereas I provided comps that were of a similar or slightly greater square feet and had 3 baths, 2 similar to mine without basements. So my conclusion is that my comps were more representative than the assessors, both certainly from a timing standpoint, as well as the attributes of the homes themselves. So when you look at the details of the 3 comps that I supplied, and I also supplied in my application, I gave some other homes just in my immediate vicinity that I don't consider comps, but I just wanted to give a flavor of the neighborhood I was in. But my actual comps that I looked at in Earlysville, as I said, all in the last 4 months of 2025, and all both in terms of the closed sales price as well as the total assessed value, ranged from between about 55% up to almost 75% of the assessed value of my home. So considerably less. And you say, well, okay, the one big difference might be you've got, a few more acres of vacant land around your home. And I'll say, okay, fine. I accept the assessor's appraisal of my land value. Let's look at just the assessed value of the improvements of the home themselves on those three comps. And again, you get that same 55% to about 70% of the value of my home. So my bottom line conclusion is that I feel that the improvements of my home were assessed at a higher level than what fair market value should be. It should actually be somewhere in the middle of that range, perhaps, of the comps that I give. And I do accept the proposed land assessment. So for both taking a look at what the fair market value is of the home right now, as well as the past history, when just last year, the assessor's office pretty much agreed with me to a large extent. Something has changed in the last 12 months here that I don't think is particularly consistent or fair in arriving at that assessed value. So that's my position.
Thank you, Mr. Seckley. We'll hear from the county assessor's office, please.
Yes, sir. So I wanted to make sure the characterization is correct. Mr. Seckley said that we indicated that we probably went too far and then we reduced the assessment last year on review. That kind of sounds like, well, we kind of felt like throwing a number at it and then we said, oh, well, maybe we did too much, but.
I did not intend. I did not
I'm
intend.
sorry.
Sorry.
So I just want to make sure that the board understands that we, had, just like all other properties, we had a certain description of the property. Once we did the review, we found things that differed and that caused the value to go down. So it was really a database change for the property. It was still based on the same model. It was just based on updated data for the property that we found in it. So when we talk about comparables, again, I think the comparables that were provided by the applicant are inferior mainly because of the grade. The subject's A-1 grade is pretty much far superior to a B or a C+1 or a B-1. A B+1, an A-1, A, that range, B+1 is just one grade below an A-1. So those are pretty close. There is a difference still to them. And we attempted to provide just 1.5 story homes to take style out of the mix with grades that were either, there's only one A-1 here, but all otherwise are B+1. So they're as close as possible. Yes, they all have basements and his does not. It has a crawl. But we feel that, again, the comparables that he provided, while lower in value than his, still support the value of, or how well the model works. And if you look at the sales ratios, they're very close to 100%. And then ours kind of complement that and provide other comparables that are, we believe, more similar in grade and style to his property. And they also have ratios that are close to 100%. And when I say close to 100%, we're looking for a range between 90 and 110. And we like that range to be closer, maybe 2 or 3% above or below 100%. But an acceptable range in assessments is between 90 and 100%, 110% overall. But we feel that with the proper description that this house is valued properly based and it is supported not just by our sales, but the sales he presented.
You?
I do want to ask the board, we talked about this last year or the year before. These grids, I think they're really good at showing the differences of the property. Is this what the board is helpful to the board to see, these grids that we show? Good, thank you.
Any rebuttal from the applicant, Mr. Seckley?
No, only just to recap what I think I said in terms of comparable selection of comparables, and timing in particular, as reflected in just the previous hearing. I think my comparables are much more relevant, in timing, rates at which they occurred. And I think my home attribute argument holds up as well. And then ultimately, I just reflect on what the assessor's office determined last year when they took a closer look at my situation and did grant me the relief last year. And then, in my mind, inconsistently came back and just took it all away this year. And that would be just a recap of my argument. Thank you.
Can I just want to make sure that I'm reading this correctly. So you acquired the property in February of 2024 and you paid $750,000.
I did. And as I reflected in my application, I didn't feel that was a particularly representative of fair market value because at the time, my daughter and son-in-law had just had an infant, given birth, and there was a significant health crisis where they needed our help, and we needed to move to Earlysville, and we needed to be close to their home, and that there was nothing on the market at the time at all that was within 10 minutes of their home. This house came onto the market, and within a day, we made a full price offer on that because we were driven, because there was some urgency associated with our granddaughter's health, and we needed to be there for support. So I recognize that is officially a fair market transaction, but in my mind, it's not representative of what the fair market is as opposed to the comps.
I would add that in February 2024, that's what the market was. Sales sold extremely fast. You didn't, and when it came on the market, you didn't get it.
What was the list price, Mr. Stackley?
It was $750. We paid list price.
At that time, it was not uncommon for people to pay a lot.
Would that sale be included in your data that you use to assess everyone else's property in that neighborhood?
For 2025, yes, yes.
So the application says we did not negotiate, made a higher than list price offer of $750. Do I understand correctly that list price was $750 and you came in at $750? Were there other offers on the property?
I believe there was one other full price offer, but they withdrew the offer because they couldn't get financing. So our offer stood up. And we also made it, as I said, within a good listing.
What percentage increase does that direct from 706 to 787? What is that about?
That's like just over 11% increase.
11%.
So if we accept the improvement value as 400,000 roughly, versus the 618 from the assessor's office, that would suggest that you think you overpaid in 2024 by 218,000 minus whatever the appreciation is between those 2 years, right?
Well, I think roughly that might be accurate. I also I think the conditions in the marketplace at that time were significantly different. So yeah, I guess overpaying is a subjective term, but yes, because of those conditions and our own personal situation, we recognized we were overpaying by a significant amount. In retrospect, maybe even more, overpaid more than we thought we were at the time. But given the details of our situation, we do it again.
But can you understand why I would have a hard time accepting that premise that you were over market by $200,000 when there was another submitted offer at 750 and the realtor ostensibly based on experience and market data had listed at 750?
I can understand the hesitation to make that larger move off of what we paid and that is essentially the only property within the vicinity at the time, that was a freestanding home. Apartment I could move into to provide help to our daughter. So yes, I can understand the hesitation for such a large move. Though, I would say, if nothing else, something closer to what the assessor's office in the fair market value was last year when they took a review look at it and landed on, 706, 600. That, although I still think that might be a little high, just as I felt last year, I think it's a lot closer to what a fair market value would be.
I have a quick question for the assessor's office about the adjustment last year. Was that related to the grade of the property?
Was related to the grade. Actually, this is what Jim was just telling me. We changed it from an A to an A-1 last year. Once.
And you've been to the property several times, so you're very comfortable with the A-1.
Yes.
I describe this as the battle of the comparables. The comparables are so far apart. So I would like the applicant to tell me why the assessor's comparables are the wrong comparables. And I'd like the assessor to tell me why the applicant's comparables are the wrong comparables. Because it's like they're not comparable at all with each other.
Yeah, I think we have done that, but we'll reiterate it.
I'd like to hear it
Yeah,
just in plain language.
So he can certainly add to this, but he stated that our comparables have basements and his doesn't. There might be others you see must raise. And his comparables are lower quality homes, which would make them worth less. So that's the kind of the major difference.
I would say from the assessor standpoint, they, leaning pretty heavily on this subjective quality of construction. I mean, the remodeling that was done with our house, that cosmetically, it probably looks good, but, it wasn't as fundamental a change as it might appear. But beyond that, I think in terms of home attributes, having finished basements, which are in many cases walkouts, very nice, adding, very high quality square footage to the home. Maybe not the official total, but still good comps there from the assessor side. Whereas our home has a crawl space. And then just general quality of the home in terms of number of baths and that sort of thing. The assessor's comps are all at the high end. And then most importantly, or perhaps most importantly, is timing. My comps are all in the last 4 months of 2025, so they fall into that range that the assessor's office just cited in the previous hearing of a 6-month window. The assessor's office had to reach back to 2024 to get 2 other comps and then 2 others from, earlier in 2025 in the first half of the year. And timing is very, very important in terms of fair market value in the current market. So that's how I would, that's why I would argue for my comps in the battle of the comps.
Thank you. We're ready to deliberate. Okay. Who'd like to start? I'll take some easy ones. I don't think we can use comp 4 or 5, or at least I'd find them so dissimilar as to be almost useless to inform the value.
I'm sorry, assessor comps or owner comps?
Oh, sorry,
Which one?
the owner comps, the
Owner
grade
comps, okay.
D. I mean, that's something like 12 steps off the grade assigned to this house. To me, it's not a measure of degree, it's just totally dissimilar things. So I don't find those particularly persuasive. C1 is kind of in a similar bucket for me. Seems like B+1 is better and closer, so I'd have some preference for that. B's, I'm not discounting it, but even B-1 is getting pretty far off. I don't know what the volume of the work was, but Spirit Homes bought it in 2023 for 400-ish and sold for 750. I think it was probably more than paint, probably a pretty significant update. The age of the homes is also, I think, relevant here. Some of the homes provided by the applicant are significantly older. Comp 3 on the market comps. And then there was some on the owner provided comparables. I guess that was 1949 for comp number 5. I think it's just really tough for me to get past the fact that this sold, at arm's length for 750,000 in 2024. The market, as I understand it, is not as hot now as it was then, but I think values have generally risen since then. So to lower it by the amount the owner is requesting, personally, just I don't think that the owner could carry the burden to prove that that's a more accurate assessment than what the assessor has done using the mass appraisal techniques employed here.
I think it's hard to argue that you bought it for 750 in 24 and that it's worth less than that.
I mean, the assessor agreed with me last year.
Well, yeah, but are you
7%,
saying that values haven't gone up in the last year?
not 11% in the last year, no.
I think some have gone up more than that.
Yeah, I guess, we really can't use the percentage increase as a kind of a gut check on value. Because the last year's could have been underset, right? We've seen some where we had the assessment set at 900 and it sold for 1.8. They are occasionally wrong, and that's why we're fairly expressly not permitted to rely purely on the increased percent. So the fact that the 49% finished renovation, that's valued at 0 as of today. Is that right? The renovation is underway.
Don't understand the question.
Oh, he's doing an addition to the property now,
Yeah, that's what I
The
understand.
addition.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is not complete.
so we're not adding any value for that car.
Right, the additional, right.
Which would be added next year.
Right.
It'll
it
be
would-
added as soon as it's complete.
Right,
The addition is approximately 200 square feet of addition to a first floor bedroom, no additional bathrooms. Increasing the footprint of the house by 200 square feet, but that's next year's.
but that's not factored into this at all. Not as of January
It
1st.
shouldn't be factored into it until next year.
Well, I'll correct that. It'll be factored into it as soon as the new construction is done. It could be in August or whenever that's done, not January 1st necessarily.
Thank you.
Mr. Shelley, can I just ask you, or you feel like the A1 grade is well supported? We're not on the edge there of a different grade?
For the subject.
Yes.
Actually, yeah, it was lowered when the renovations were first completed and then the sale occurred. And in my inspection, I thought that A-1 was more appropriate than A.
But you support the A-1 as being appropriate.
Oh, the A-1 is appropriate, yeah.
All right. So yeah, I guess just kind of gathering my thoughts here. I don't find the owner's comparables to be a closer match across the multiple fields here. Find the assessor's office comparables to be a closer match. then the additional data point of the $750,000 sale price. I think sort of my view, we're doesn't foreclose the ask, but it weighs very heavily against the amount requested by the applicant. My thoughts.
One question I have for the assessor, looking at the assessor comps. If you look at comp number 1 and comp number 3. The price per square foot for the subject home is $291. For those which seem to be pretty comparable, $274 and $269. Is that significant?
Well, that would be explained from, first of all, comp number 1, the fact that it's a B+1, so the lower grade would lower that, that rate per square foot. The larger square footage would also make the per square foot amount lower. In comp number 3 is, look here, it's a little bit smaller, it's the same grade.
Finished basement.
It's got basement. It's,
But that figure I cited doesn't include the basement, right?
actually, Billy, does that square footage amount at the bottom include the basement, or does it not include the basement?
It's
The living area GLL is above grade.
Yes, it's right there.
It's above grade.
It's all above.
Yeah.
So it's a difference of, what's that, $22 per square foot.
Correct. And they both, if you notice the base rate at the top, they both start at the same place. There's something else I'm missing here. Basically same page. Same thing.
I think your base rate difference is probably just between 2038 and 2012.
That's
I
not
mean,
much of a difference, so I can't place what that difference is based on right now.
70 cents, was that 72? 77 cents.
Oh, you're talking about the base rate at the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking at the price at the bottom being $22 different per square foot. I don't have an answer for you that's obvious because
Outbuilding, is that calculated in there? 50,000.
it was a different neighborhood. Oh, it's a different neighborhood. Yes. So the neighborhood factors, so each neighborhood will be adjusted differently. The subject's neighborhood, make sure I'm still in, yes, is not adjusted. After all the things we put on here, there's something. This is market area 6.
Yeah, and the neighborhood factor's 1 as well.
Oh,
It's Cedar
well,
Creek.
so that's not a.
Yeah, so there's,
Sorry, I can't answer that question. It make me wonder if these calculations are correct on one or the other of these.
It's a $945,000 recent sale, right, on smaller parcel, not the same square footage, but using a basement to make up that square footage,
And the outbuilding.
right?
If I'm reading it right, that 945 includes 162 for the basement and 77 for the outbuilding. So what's that? to 235, 240 off of the 945.
Mm-hmm. No,
So 715, 720.
What is the sub areas total?
Sub-area totals will include, not just the basement, but the, bathrooms and, porches, garage, anything valued like that, that is,
So on the subject property, there's $83,000 roughly, but it's not line item like we can't.
correct. Then it would take 2 pages to include all that detail. So we had to summarize that part.
are sub areas excluded from GLA or no?
They should be included in the GLA calculation.
Right, so if you have a big valuation of sub areas, that would drive GLA down, right? As compared to normal interior finished space, which is what we observe between subject and column number 3. Those are being valued differently and then added back to the denominator at the end.
Correct.
Yes. That's explanatory of the 291 versus 269. If the interior square footage is allocated across lower value sub areas. Any further questions? I'm running up against the next applicant. We want to do any more digging on this one, set it aside and deliberate at the end. We're we ready to proceed to deliberate? I guess I would kind of like to ask the assessor's office to try to run down whatever the room one is and the numbers. That's not an answer that we typically get. Typically, they're very capable of describing what the difference is. So I would propose that we just set this one aside and let them do the further investigation and circle back on it. And that would also allow us to stay on schedule with the next applicant. Fine with that. Okay. All right. So thank you for your presentation, Mr. Seckley. We're going to hold this one in abeyance in terms of deliberation and deliberate when we finish the other applicants, hearing the other applicants' appeals. And I hope by that time we'll have more information from the assessor's office on that one open question. You're welcome to stay for that outcome, but you don't need to, and wouldn't need any further information from you.
That outcome presumably is sometime later today.
Yes, if we can find space in between, if any of the other presentations wind up earlier than expected, which they often do, we'll turn back to this one, but I don't know when it will be. And probably the best, safest plan would be to do the deliberation at the conclusion of the other applications.
That's going to be around noon would be my guess.
I'm committed to picking up my granddaughter, so I appreciate the careful consideration. And would also just say, I made an ask here that might be beyond what's comfortable, but I would also point towards what the assessor's office decided the fair market value was just a year ago when they made a similar adjustment as a possible landing point. But thank you. Whatever the outcome, thank you for the.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You'll receive a letter reflecting our decision. Good. Next application is application number 26, submitted by Christopher and Janet Battle. Property ID 16553. Is there anyone here on behalf of Christopher and Janet Battle? So they're allocated 30 minutes.
We also scheduled for that.
So there.
Time where they scheduled.
I thought it was.
Okay, there's one here. He's here.
Okay.
They're scheduled for 10 a.m.
Hi, are you Mr. Battle?
Yes.
Okay, come on in. If you just take a seat there. We're the Board of Equalization. We've had access to the applicant packet that you submitted. Your, looks like slides maybe. And yes, if you're going to give testimony today, I'll ask you to be sworn in. And I don't think we've sworn you in as well. Will you remind me of your name? Not sure we met. Okay, so Mr. Gatto and Mrs. Mixon, if you just raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony both oral and documentary which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. So Mr. Battle, you have up to 10 minutes to present an argument. There will be a 7-minute period for the assessor's office to present their perspective on the evaluation. And then if you'd like, you can have a rebuttal period of up to 3 minutes to respond to the assessor's presentation.
Perfect, thank you. So you have my handouts. I think it's only 4 pages, pretty easy. So we are requesting of the BOE, fair market value for our land and building, and that's all we're asking. So just to give a little history here, last year we went through also an assessment review. Property was visited by assessor staff, took pictures inside and outside. And we all came to agreement that the fair value was $468,000. This year, we got, a significant increase, a 13% proposed increase. From our perspective, we're trying to figure out what was going on. As we look at the value, as we see for comparable properties, we didn't see any change really in 2025. So that really got us wondering what the heck is going on. We made no material changes. There were really no changes whatsoever that we made to any of our property. So I'll take you through on the next couple pages, what we believe are comparable sale transactions. Our property, our proposed value is actually a premium to the comps in all ways. And it's also consistent with what we've seen out there of really no price appreciation in our market. So one other thing I would add is when we were speaking with the assessor's office, someone from the staff had said that there's some note that was put in our file, and that was that there's some outdoor fireplace that was not included on there. We bought the property back.
I just want you to be able to use your time on things that are going to be most impactful for you.
Okay.
We can't do anything about the 2027 appraisal today.
Okay. We'll deal with that. Hopefully, not next year, but in any event, just going on to page 2. These are the properties that sold in our neighborhood, Western Ridge. I think this is the set of potential comp properties. These are the first 5 of them are 3, 4, 5 of them are 2-story properties. Our property is a 1-story house, similar to and very comparable to the last Autumn Hill Court property. The price per square foot, works out to a median of $229 per square foot for all of these properties. On the next page, I really focus in on, I think there is a value. The true comp is really 1 story. I understand I've got a 1-story, so on a price per square foot, I'm going to be higher than a normal 2-story. And so rather than just focus everything on, the 2-story, although, and I'll show you on the next page, our valuation, which is consistent, which is identical to last year, we've got a significant bump in premium all the two-story guys. On the third slide, this is really the true comparable property for us. I highlight the condition and the grade, and the beds and bath were identical. There is no difference in bed, bath, condition, or grade. This is all from the assessor's, parcel card information. So any suggestion from anyone that, well, hold on here, we understand the quality is a little different. That's just not the case. If that is the case, then that really goes to the integrity of assessor's data. They're on all the parcel cards. So just drilling down, the only difference in this property and my property, we actually are on streets right behind each other, is the size. There's no difference. The houses look identical. They have an extra room in it. And so they just sold. This property just sold in June. And it sold at $499,000. That was $264 a square foot. Our property that we're requesting is the same assessment we had last year at $468,000, which is $283 a square foot. That's a 7% premium to that sale transaction that happened. And it's identical condition, grade, bed to bath, the only difference in size. So I think we're being very fair there. So we're 7% premium to the sale transaction that happened that was the true comp. We're 21% premium on a value per square foot to, if you look at all the sale transactions in the neighborhood. The last page in here was just trying to look at, well, hey, maybe do we miss something in what was going on in Crozet with single family new homes? And new homes is just kind of a barometer as to what's going on in the market. And according to realcrozetva.com, in December of 2025, they said about 35% of the closings in Crozet are new construction. So that's a pretty significant number. And they also said the value of the new home closings in Crozet, the median price was actually slightly down. So there was no appreciation or depreciation, really. So we believe that we've got a very high confidence level, certainty, that our proposed fair market valuation is correct. That's the assessment that was done last year when staff came out. They took pictures inside and outside. There's been no change in the market. We've got the comp sale transactions to support that. We're 7% to the pure comp that actually traded right behind us. And we're 21% premium to all of the other transactions that happened in our neighborhood.
Wouldn't you agree that new home sales is a separate segment of?
Oh, absolutely. It's nothing other than what's going on in the marketplace, though.
But there could have been a different size or quality of product brought to the market in 2026 to produce a median that was lower as compared to properties like yours that are 20 to 30 years older.
There's been a lot of count-outs.
Yeah. So I guess the question is like, why should we perceive that to be more persuasive than what the?
I think the most persuasive is actually the comparable sale transaction. Forget about what's going on in the market as to, well, are there more townhomes, more multifamily, whatever built? Let's go on, pure comp.
Okay. I
And
think
in particular, you're talking about in the comp number one. So it's a one story, slightly larger lot. It's at $20,000 more in terms of land value. And it has a slightly lower price per square foot, and we're looking at what's on the assessors. And so you're suggesting that when you look at the assessor's value for comp number one, they're coming up with $578, but it actually sold for $499. And so you're highlighting that difference and saying,
Yeah,
if I take that same logic, then mine wouldn't sell for the $530 that they're.
that's exactly what we're saying. And I understand, how the CAMA model works. And I know it's really expensive, the computer assisted mass assessment software, it's really expensive. I get it, several $100,000. But, for our neighborhood, it was off.
And comp number one is the only comp, this is a question for the assessor's office. That's the only one story sale that we have?
That is correct. Unfortunately, in the neighborhood. Yeah, that makes it tough.
Okay. Anything further from you, Mr. Battle?
Not at this point. I will request about 3 minutes.
Okay, yes. Okay, Mr. Lynch,
So we, a couple of points, we don't feel that comp number one is a good sale, for a property. You know, it's not a normal arm's length transaction, or normal market transaction. It is very rare that you see as is in a listing, and if you do, it's really a red flag for problems. You know, the agents are always like, oh, this is the greatest house, and you know, all of you have wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. As is that big red flag. So that's kind of one point. There were indications from the agent that this house was inferior and had some problems. So the sale price reflected that. That's not a big surprise. We do not believe that is an indication of the subject's value. We also haven't had an appeal or any review request from the applicant, from the owner of the property who paid for it, which is, I wonder. Test of 578. There's a lot of kind of misunderstanding when we get around the reassessment time, where there will be information in the news about sales are down or sales are flat. And quite often they're talking about the number of sales. Are there less transactions, or they're the same amount of transactions as before, not necessarily the amount of value is the amount of value is increasing from year to year. Western Ridge is definitely going up. The values go up. The only way really to measure how much values are going up is to compare the assessment of a property in the year it sells to how much it sold for. So in order to get that property up to what it sold for, what does it take in the model to make that happen? So it's the adjustment in that model to reflect the proper sales ratios for those sales that determines how much that neighborhood has gone up. And this neighborhood definitely has changed since last year. Nothing else has changed in our description of the property since last year. We haven't changed anything on review. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. All right. So somebody answered, did we change anything on the description of this property this year? No, on review. No. Okay. So the only change represented in the change of value is the market change. So unfortunately, I wish we had more one-story sales in the neighborhood, but you know, the reality of it is most of them were two-story, other than that one distress, what we feel is a distress sale and not an indication of market. And
Do you happen to have any one-story sales for 2024 for the prior year?
that's and we can answer that in a minute. We should be able to.
I have a question for you. Mr. Battle said that the market was flat in that neighborhood. You're saying it was not
I'm
flat,
saying it was not flat.
but you don't have any, a number to go along with that neighborhood.
If we do have a number, and I can find that number, you know, for how much on average the neighborhood
Right.
increased.
why were, compared to comp number one, why were those lots valued the same, even though his lot is 15% bigger than 1054 Autumn Hill? Or because you're just valuing those as a building site, and you say like the remainder is just sort of de minimis?
Yeah, a minor difference in these subdivision lots isn't measurable in value. And I do have an answer. It's in the write-up at the beginning. The average increase for the subject neighborhood is 1,500%. Based on the sale. the 7 sales that took place that we counted as market sales.
You walk me through your base value per square foot, relative 1 story, 2 story, story and a half. How do you compensate for that?
The base rate.
You have 1,000 square feet of 1 story house. You've got 1,000 square feet of
Okay.
a 2 story house.
Okay.
What's the,
So
how does the system deal with that?
So when we, forgetting about the neighborhood itself for, right now. When we first start the analysis for reassessment, we're looking at just 1-story houses that had sold in the prior, in that year. Up to the time we do that, we do this around September. And then we look at all the 2 stories and we look at all the 1.5 stories. And we adjusted the rate, let's say from 140 to 150 in order to get all of those 1-story sales to come up to the 100% mark or close to the 100% mark. We lit a little bit for other things to adjust. And so that's how we adjust for each one of those different styles.
So
Each
you're
neighborhood has a
adjusting
different
that.
factor or?
Yes, and then the next step one of the later steps will be the neighborhood itself having its own factor. That's correct.
So you adjusted based on data from sales.
Correct. Even though we don't have 1-story sales in the neighborhood that we used, we have 1-story sales throughout the county. And then we start at that county-wide level at style-wise, and then we come in and adjust for other things, especially the neighborhood, to get where that neighborhood needs to be, which is why you'll see different value changes in different neighborhoods.
There are no 1-story sales in 2024 or 2023 in Western Ridge.
So there's only been 1 sale in the last 3 years and it's a
And
distressed
it's
sale.
unfortunately distressed.
Tried to do Google, can't see. Apparently they didn't run a camera there. It surprises me. They run cameras everywhere. I mean, have you looked at that house from the outside? What do we know about it? Why do you think it's distressed sale? I guess probably the primary question.
The description from the listing and the agent.
And I missed that part. Tell me again.
Well, generally the fact that it was sold as is talks about condition.
Yeah.
And specifically, the agent indicated that the hardwood floors needed to be replaced.
But they're both rated at B-1.
Right. They are. B-1 is not condition. B-1 is quality of construction. We're expecting that the quality of this house was built exactly the same quality as the subject. But the condition is different.
So B-1 does
Well-
not address condition.
It does not.
The condition is A and A.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Average and average.
Yeah.
No. So average is the condition. Yes, I'm sorry. Average is the condition.
So the subject property and this Autumn Hill.
Correct.
Is it accurate to say though that what we're talking about here is slicing it like too fine for the increments of your, something like the condition field, right? Like you might make a note that the hardwood floors would be replaced, but unless that was married with something else, you wouldn't have made a change to the field and on the comp. It's not enough by itself to bump.
Well, what we're talking about is the condition at the time of the sale. We're not saying that as of January 1st, the condition was still as that. That description.
I think I understand. I guess trying to principle of charitable interpretation of the applicant's argument, that the best version of his argument is they've got one really, really good comparable. You guys say that it's overvalued because it was a distressed sale, but there ought to be some adjustment that if you had perfect information, you would have made to the mass appraisal technique to match the price that it went to, right? So like, yes, this was 15% over the sale price, but what was it about the property that could have been adjusted in the data structure or schema, whatever?
It would have been the condition.
Okay, and so is the argument then that and I understand we're talking about a different property here, but if you could have, would you have set the condition to something less than A? You think that would have been accurate?
If the condition as of January 1st was the same as the condition at the time of the sale, then it should have been adjusted down to fair or poor.
I see.
Yes, and that would have
Would
reduced.
that lower?
I would have to, it would be, I can't say exactly, without actually changing it. I could certainly do that. It's not gonna come down to $4.99, I would guess.
But so it's kind of a nested argument. Like you're essentially responding and saying that comp would be a tight comp, but it looks tighter than it is because we had bad data on that property that we only discovered through the process of investigating this property and looking into why that was a comp, like calling the agent, all that.
So, we still have to look at the two different periods. So our data on the property may be correct now as of the condition in January 1st. But we looked at the sale at the time to determine if the sale was good for market value and determined it was not.
I see. You bucketed it as a not a useful comp because of the extraneous factors at the time it was made, set it aside, and now you're recapturing that piece of, you went and looked at it, of the data you entered about that sale in response to the applicant's submission.
Correct.
I see.
Correct.
Okay, so that's helpful, that we're not sort of painting it now with a certain setup that was all done previously. I guess I've gotten those in the mail, those requests for information. I bought or sold a property. Okay. Got it.
You ready for deliberation comments?
I guess.
Hopefully no deliberation yet.
And yes, please go ahead.
Here's, I was not aware of what the assessor's office was gonna do until I requested seeing what their analysis was gonna be, the review. So that's why this page is not in your notes. So first off, I take significant exception to the statement, I think from the assessor's office, that the condition and quality may have been changed since January 1st of this year in the parcel notes. I created my analysis within the last 6 weeks, four weeks. And I use the notes that were in the GIS system, the parcel card information. So if the assessor is actually changing condition and quality based upon hearsay of what's in a brokerage listing, that scares the living daylights out of me. That just that questions the integrity of anything that is in the assessor notes then for any property. But anyway,
It's not hearsay. I mean, they just called and asked for information about the sale.
yeah, and if why wouldn't you send your staff and take pictures and do it all the way that you did for me? You did 2 years of, thorough inspection inside and out.
I think it's unreasonable to expect them to do that to every single property that sells in the county. There's no
I'm
staff.
saying
there's no staff.
if you're saying that the condition is average, you better have a basis for it.
I'm sorry, we did visit the property. I want to correct that.
I thought you said all.
We visit all sale properties.
So if they've changed this in the last 4 weeks, then they did, but whatever. So one of the things I wanted to look at is, looking at the assessed value at beginning of 2025 to the actual sale value of these sale comps. And I think this is kind of interesting in that if you look at it, the median for all of them was the assessed value was 0.87 to the sale value. The CAMA model was way off on Western Ridge. And all these properties were, under assessed except for, our true comp, the Autumn Hill Court one. That's the whole reason why they have to, the state law requires us to be at fair market value. I get it. You have to, increase the assessments based on the sale transactions. However, you're way off. And then looking at the 26 model, you might say, well, the median is at 1.0. Well, that's great. You got huge dispersion there. But, unfortunately, with the one story, you got a negative bias in there. The sale transaction was at 499. And you can't say, saying that it was not a willing, buyer and a willing seller. And the condition and the quality are identical. You can't say that that's not, the value. And, it's at a 1.16. If I understand correctly, the assessor's desire is to have the assessed to sale, be plus or minus 2 or 3%. Not 16%. It's way off. Our request is to, give us exactly fair market value, which is what it was last year. I mean, do you trust the staff when they came out last year and they looked at everything and were consistent with our comp? Or do you trust a CAMA model that I just showed you? It was not correct. It should be plus or minus 2 or 3% on a given year because they're reassessing every year. So there's no reason for it to be materially off. And there was no big price appreciation last year. It's not like they had, that was challenging them. So, the CAMA value, it's not fair market value. I think everyone agrees that, with one sale transaction, the CAMA model probably doesn't have enough data or it hasn't been worked properly. So we're just asking to, unless you don't believe the staff last year of the value, I think I trust the staff last year more than I trust, a CAMA model that I showed you off of their assessment for 2025 on all the properties. The median was 0.87. It should be, plus or minus, 2 or 3. It should have been 98 to 102.
But that's actually, you're arguing against your position there.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that means we're under assessing, sort of systematically.
They did under assess. They did not. They actually had the Autumn Hill one proper, and it sold for exactly that. But then the model didn't change. The model still has bias to it.
How is there bias in the model? I guess that's the part of your argument I'm having a difficult time understanding.
So you want obviously the CAMA model to be close to 1.0, right? And I think I heard the assessor's office say that in the last meeting before me.
The assessor's office goal, right? And they have different incentives than us. Like our incentive is for this particular property. We're trying to nail that.
1.0 should be right on it, right?
Mr. Mayor, I think what's being missed here is timing.
Right.
We determined the 2025 assessments in 2024. So this is exactly what I was going to, when Mr. Norford asked me how much the neighborhood went up, this is what I was thinking. This is exactly what showed. I said 15.3% increase. It was because of this 87% median at the time the property sold that we had to increase the neighborhood that much to get up to the 100%.
Correct.
So what he's showing here is exactly what we're supposed to be doing.
Right.
Observe differential adjustment.
This is the model, and this is the model working exactly as intended.
Well, I think there's way too much dispersion, obviously, in, the 25 assessment to the sale values in 25. And, here you still you've got Autumn Hill that the assessor's office, keeps on trying to, say that, although the buyer and seller paid $499, they really paid $578. That's ludicrous.
Do you understand the argument that if you're right, they needed to have increased things sharply in the way that they did by 15.3%, and you're actually beneath what they had to do to bring the whole CAMA model.
We were assessed properly. I'm saying that their model has bias in it against one story. That's the issue. I'm the one that tell you, yes, they underassessed. Yes, the model didn't work for last year. That's why they have to do this. I agree they have to do it. However, you still have to follow state law. It's fair market value. You can't just say.
So I think I understand. I mean, so I think the assessor's office I think we all agree that 2-story homes increase substantially in your neighborhood. And your concern is that that same increase shouldn't apply to your house, or, it's systematically biased against your house. But I think the assessor's office is using 1-story houses elsewhere in the county to sort of take that into account. And so, if we follow the thread of your argument, you're sort of arguing that all 1-story houses in the entire county have an issue.
No, I'm not, all I'm talking about is Western Ridge.
But the
The
thing,
model could be phenomenal. There may not be a high coefficient of dispersion
but
throughout the
Western,
entire county.
Western Ridge is not being used in isolation to value your property.
Yeah.
They're using one-story houses elsewhere in the county.
It's an interlinked model that's informed by everything else. Like,
Absolutely.
I mean, the idea that they're incapable of adjusting for a 1 or 2 story house, that just, to me, it's sort of facially unbelievable. That's a solved problem for them.
Right. Why does the Autumn Hill, which we all agree that's the best comp, it sold for $499.
I mean, the assessor's office has said that was a distress sale, which makes it not a good comp.
Right.
By definition, right?
Okay,
Mr.
then
Patel is saying that the board agrees and I agree, and I don't agree, and I don't think the board necessarily. So you can speak for yourself.
okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm not, my valuation is going off of sale values, not going off of what was something assessed for last year. When I'm buying a property, I don't look at, the assessor's, value for that property. I'm looking at, what are the other properties selling for? Am I paying a fair price for it? And to say that, the CAMA model comes out and says, the model spit out that number of 578 for the Autumn Hill property. They just paid $499.
If I could comment, I find this one very difficult to analyze because of the lack of true comparables. The difference between the 1 story and the 2 story is a key factor. And the trying to assess what does as is mean and how does that impact the sale price of the only 1 story comparable we have. So this becomes difficult to analyze. So if I could speak, just kind of voice what I'm thinking. It does not seem reasonable to have no increase from 1 year to the next. That hasn't happened in anything we've deliberated on as long as I've been on the board, which is my 2nd year. So the request to keep it at 468,000 to me does not seem reasonable compared to what we've looked at before. When I look at the 1 story comparable that was sold for $499, it's average to average, B-1 to B-1. So how do you determine the value of as is? I'm going to take a wild guess. So let's say the as is $30,000. So that means that would have sold for $530. So if that's the best comparable at $530, it's also about 10% larger. So it would seem somewhere between 468 and 530 as my boundaries. Exactly where in there, I don't know. But it seems like that sets the low and the high, and we need to be somewhere in there.
Yeah, my only, thing for suggestion for the board to consider is we are at our proposed value, which obviously we're asking for it not to be increased because last year I think it was over assessed. It still represents a 7% premium to the sale value that took place on Autumn Hill and a 21% premium. How big of a premium do I have to pay for a 1 story throughout the entire county? And if the model is actually doing that, can the assessor's office tell us, what does the model say? What is the adjustment value?
Mr. Friedman, I can answer your question from earlier. If we were to put the comparable 1 story in poor condition, it would be 464 would be the assessment. If we had it in fair condition, it would be 532. 532. as opposed to the current value of 578. So that's the effective condition we have on that.
Based on how the model is
That-
built.
And that's is that property, not. I also want to tell you that out of the 182 parcels in this neighborhood, there are only 9 one-stories. It's very unusual to have
Well,
one-stories.
Not only that, but the comparables are at least 500 square feet larger, and in many cases, 1,000 square feet larger. Making these comparisons is really difficult.
It is difficult, yes. Yeah, so, and just to comment on that, we're not determining, we're only determining part of the value change or the model change on the 2 stories in the neighborhood, and that's the neighborhood change. And that's only if we change the neighborhood adjustment. But the rest of it comes from the overall 1-story.
So again, I still go back to on the low end, 468, on the high end, 530, somewhere in between. I'm not skilled enough to say where in between. So I'm a compromiser in general. Halfway in between would be 500,000. I'm not making that as a motion. I'm just kind of talking out loud.
500,000 for what? For a 1-story, for any 1-story, or just a 1-story in with a lower condition?
No,
So we have to change,
go ahead.
so right now, the value of the subject property is 530. In order to support a value of 500, we'd have to change something about the condition of the.
So we don't actually have to do that. We can just say, seems more like 475 to me, but I
Okay,
think historically, we've tried to link it to some aspect of the model because otherwise
it's
they,
just gonna revert next year.
yeah.
That's,
Can I ask? So going back to the comp one, which is the only one that's a 1-story. You said if you were to take, right now, you've got it at average, but if you want to make an assumption about what you described.
Right.
In the listing agent's information. If it was fair, it'd be 532. If it was poor, it'd be 460.
I believe that or something. Right, yeah.
So. All right. So I'm gonna.
But that was to describe a property in a different condition.
Yeah, I know. I know
This
it's
property.
I know. But
Question for is it Mixon or Nixon?
Nixon.
In reviewing, you went to the property and took pictures, right?
The complex sales.
The subject.
I did not go to the subject due to a time conflict. My supervisor performed the subjects.
Oh, okay, very good. So can I ask you, was I note here that there's some updates, new appliances, new vanities, but nothing else is mentioned. Is it fair to say that everything else was in the original 1997 construction condition?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you agree with that, Mr. Patel?
yes, we didn't really change much. We painted, obviously. It was a hoarder that was there, but it was all, you could have said the same thing about ours being as is. We paid cash and
Do you have the original hardwood floors?
we put the, what is it, luxury vinyl, LVT over it. Yep. Which was very inexpensive. That is not a lot of money. That's the only, we did not do anything in the kitchen. If you ask my wife, it's awful. I mean, the colors don't match. Yes, it's granite, but it's the colors.
Being recorded here.
It's, yeah, I mean, but no, the refrigerator is way too big for the space. It does not look good. The cabinets are awful. The drawers, it needs to be fully gutted. Unfortunately, I don't want to, but
The average condition in our model is basically as it was built. based on a house that was built at the time the year built is, with no upgrades. Updates.
If we think that's, okay. So if we think that's true, though, probably the other sale gets average and we're really just trying to decide whether we, out of the box, discard that comp or whether we try and use it and discount it to some degree. Does the assessor's office take a position on that question?
Yes, so I think you have three things to consider. Do you discount that sale as not a good sale like we have? Do you believe that at the time of the sale, it really should had a lesser condition, therefore it would indicate a lower value between 461 and 530? And then how does that affect the subject, if at all? And I think my position is clear that I don't think it's a good sale. Certainly not to compare to the subject, and that it doesn't really have bearing that affect the subject's assessment. But I think those are the things for you to consider.
Yeah, and I think just thinking through it, I mean, you can, as a professional appraiser, say that's not a good sale. We can still decide that it's probative to us. Although I think we're informed by good practice there. I guess the part that bothers me about discarding is it just doesn't seem that distressed, as is in the listing.
Yeah.
It's not like a sort of a hoarder situation or a gutted property. And so I'm a little reluctant to throw it out when it seems like there isn't another good one story. Notwithstanding that I think that has been adjusted properly for one story in this case.
But if we're going to consider it, then we have to consider the lesser quality condition or not?
If we believe so, it seems like we have imperfect information about as is, what the condition of the house was. The hardwood floors were updated in this house versus that one. Probably by itself is not enough to bump it into a different quality tier. Maybe that plus appliances plus vanities. I don't know. Seems sort of superficial to bump between tiers, but it's a one bedroom or one floor house and there's one set of flooring and it's the hardwood. Maybe.
I think you can assume that these houses were built they were built in the same year in the same neighborhood.
Maybe by the same builder.
Probably by the same builder.
I think so.
And it's just, so to say it's a good comparable is an understatement.
I mean,
The
if-
problem
if
is
we-
the condition
if we
of-
Say the condition was one grade lower, then that's gonna put his assessment somewhere near where it is, isn't it?
Yeah,
So,
you'd have to adjust
yeah,
up
if we lower it,
the higher quality.
yeah,
condition.
If the 1041 Autumn Hill Court was fair, but his was average, then that would make his assessment somewhere close to where they've already got it.
yeah, and I mean, the difficulty I'm having is the assessed value for the 1054 Autumn Hill was only 2% off of what it sold for. So as much as we say it was a distressed sale, it turns out value was pretty much what it sold for.
It's also 200 square feet bigger.
Yeah,
right?
it's a little bit bigger.
Yeah, it is.
And
But I mean, but the model was sort of valuing it. I don't, if we take the collective of the information we have, what we've been told is the model was under assessing all of the properties in that neighborhood. And for Autumn Hill, it was actually slightly over assessing, but it's because it was a distress. So it was almost as if the model was valuing all the properties as if they were somewhat distressed.
Yeah.
And so that's the struggle here.
And that would support, well, I mean, what you just said would support a higher assessment.
Right.
Right, that's what I'm getting at, right?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, so I'm having a hard time seeing how we go. Given the sales in the neighborhood.
The sales in the neighborhood, if you, look at the condition, they were all average or good, so they were better than the subject property and the comp.
Yeah, and so most of them are, yeah, I understand. I mean, I'm just, I'm struggling with,
There's some factor here that I can't see on this table, Pete, between subject parcel and comp number one. Because this is 200 square feet bigger without the 20K topo adjustment, and they're still within 58,000. But it's 15% bigger, right? Or 13%. There's got to be some other factor that you all have looked at here, because they're otherwise so close. It's do you agree?
So the. Yeah, so besides the land value being a little higher, the extra square footage basically is the difference in the values.
yeah, so it's
That
200
that
square
can't be
feet plus.
correct, because if you add the land value back in, we're at 550 versus 578, and 200 square feet over 1687 is 12%. But we're 38K apart. 12% of 530 or 550 actually would be more like 62. There must be some other adjustment.
Oh, yeah, you're doing percentages of the value or of the total to determine this. You'd have to take the.
Oh, not the land back out.
Yeah, so
Okay.
you have to take the, basically 200 square feet times the base rate minus the depreciation to get how much that actually adds to the house.
Is the depreciation set equally on both of those?
It is. These are both, because they're both in average condition, you know, in the assessment details. They're both at 17%.
Is there any basis to say there's some sort of economic obsolescence to the one bedroom houses in that market, or there's nothing that you?
Certainly nothing we've seen. But one bedrooms do not sell.
Sorry, one levels.
I mean, sorry, one story properties are typically above. I think this one sale is an anomaly. I mean, above per square foot.
How much are you able to?
I don't know, but Mr. Mayo, we are 25 minutes past and the applicant is out.
Tricky one.
Make a decision.
Okay. Are we prepared to vote on this one, or is this one to be addressed after?
I think we just keep it the same.
Yeah, I'm ready to, I would second that.
Yeah, this is a really tricky one. And I think it ultimately just comes down to like the standard of proof, like the applicant has the burden to prove that some other number is more accurate. I feel like we got more here, like evidence that it potentially could be inaccurate. But there's not another number I like better, given the trouble with the sale, the distress sale.
And then second, I mean, even though it's a distress sale, it is in line with the assessed value. So it's not even really, even if it were included, it's hard to see how it would change the outcome of the model in a material way. Because it's a sale from last year, and it's pretty close to what the assessed value was last year.
Right, so do you believe the CAMA model then for the assessed value at 578 this year versus in June it sold for 499?
Mr. Mayo, are we gonna?
No, we're not gonna have rejoinder. Okay, so is there a motion?
I'll make a motion, we affirm the assessor's number of 530,100 for application number 26.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right.
Opposed.
Thank you. Freedom opposes. Assessor's assessment is affirmed. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll try to keep us on a little better schedule. I think we're ready for application number 8 of Vaughn and Kelly Noga.
Okay, so 8 and 9 are Mr. Noga, and his mother actually owns the second one, which is 9. I'm assuming he's gonna present information together.
Okay.
Okay.
It's been approved and the other one's just left.
Okay. Hi there. You could come over and sit in the green seats there.
So you guys have been here for a long time. So before I start, y'all need to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that a sign of how long this presentation?
I'm a giver.
Sure, that'd be great. Let's take just a 5-minute break. We can probably get it back on track since we have two together.
I want to remind you, the recording is still going.
Stand up.
You're. Well, make-
Show you that this is the first property.
Okay, so we'll get started now with application number 8, relating to property ID 35486 by Vaughn and Kelly and Noga. Are you Mr. Noga?
I'm Mr. Nogo, yes.
And do you intend to present with respect to both properties?
I've got separate presentations for each property because the BOE, you guys are presented a different write-up for each property. So I got a response from, but the general request is the same based on the information I've just got.
Okay, so then would you like to do them successively or consecutively? Or do you want to present like a common body of fact and just signal where you are as?
I think when I go through mine, it'll develop a common body of fact, and then we can make a decision after this whether you want to, because it's again, the basis of the request is on the same thing.
Okay, I understand. Okay, very well. So you have 10 minutes technically compared to for each property, a 7-minute assessor's rebuttal period, and then a 3-minute rebuttal for you. Are you the only one who will be giving testimony today?
I am.
So I'll swear you in, please. If you could raise your hand. And yes, thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony both oral and documentary which you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to begin by thanking the assessor's office for providing the detailed PID landline data for my parcel. That information was extremely helpful and it is ultimately what allowed me to understand what was happening inside the model and appropriately prepare for this hearing. Before I begin, I want to clarify that my appeal concerns land value only. The assessor's write-up devotes several pages to the house, but I'm not appealing the house. The issue is the land model and specifically the changes made in 2025 and 2026. The assessor's narrative describes what changed in 2025, but it does not explain why those changes were made. They state that a 5-year check resulted in corrections to adjustments for location, critical slope, water protection, power lines, and shape. They also describe how my land lines changed from a 2-acre home site and 11-acre residual with long-standing power line adjustments to a new configuration of a 2-acre home site, a 10-acre residual with no power line adjustments, and a single 1-acre power line. But the narrative never explains why the county removed the long-standing power line adjustments from 10-acre, despite no change in physical characteristics of the land. The assessor calls this a correction. But removing a 40% power line impairment adjustment from 10 acres, despite no change in the physical land, no change in the transmission line, and no change in the impairment, is not a correction. It's a fundamental change in the valuation model. And importantly, this model change occurred without my knowledge. It was never a long-standing impairment adjustment from any acres, nor was I provided the 2025 model output that reflected this change. For every year I've owned the property, the county recognized that the transmission line compares all residual acreage. In 2025, without any change of the land and without any notice to me, the county removed that impairment from 10 acres and treated only 1 acre as affected. Nothing about my land changed, only the model changed, and it changed without my knowledge. A high voltage transmission line does not impair only the land directly under the wires. It impairs the entire parcel, physically, visually, and in the market. There are 3 categories of impairment: use impairment, marketability impairment, and enjoyment impairment. For every year I've owned the property, the county recognized this reality by applying the power line adjustments to all residual acres. Nothing about the land changed in 2025 or 2026, only the model changed. Independent peer-reviewed research confirms that high voltage transmission lines reduce residential land value. These studies show that the impairment is not limited to the easement strip. It affects the entire parcel through use restrictions, visual impact, and market perception. The PID data also revealed something I could not have known last year. The 2025 model actually calculated a land value of $405,900, while the official 2025 assessment provided to me was only $287,500. Had I been provided the model output in 2025, I would have challenged that assessment at the time. The 2026 increase is simply the full implementation of that 2025 model, not a reflection of market conditions. And the assessor's narrative does not explain why the 2025 model output was not used. By not using the model calculated value in 2025, the county created the appearance that the model had not changed because the 2025 land assessment increased by only 10%. The assessor's write-up never explains why the power line adjustment was removed from 10 acres, why only 1 acre is now considered impaired, why the 2025 model output was not used, why the 2026 land assessment increase is nearly 50%, or why premium parcels saw 0% increases. In 2024 and prior years, the county recognized that the entire 11 acres of residual land was power line affected and applied a 40% impairment adjustment to all of it. If the county had simply updated the 2026 base rates while keeping the 2024 model structure and the original impairment treatment, the correct 2026 land value would be home site 2 acres for $168,000, residual 11 acres with a 40% impairment at $166,300 for a total of $334,300. This uses the county's own 2026 base rates, the 2026 location factor, and the original 2024 impairment logic. It assumes no changes other than the base rate update. My actual 2026 land assessment is $430,500, which is $96,200 higher than what the county's own model would have produced if applied consistently. I also want to clarify a few points in the assessor narrative. First, the narrative states that most of the owner's comparables are from Bundoora neighborhood. That is not accurate. I did include 2 Bundoran sales in an early submission and provide them only as contextual large acreage rural sales. However, in my subsequent submission to both the assessor and this board, I provided 29 Blandamar actual assessments as my comparables. These are large acre rural parcels and are the most directly comparable assessments, best benchmarks available. Of those 29 parcels, 26 saw 0 increase in land assessment between 2025 and 2026. Second, the narrative states that I provided 5 improved comparable sales that were smaller homes and mostly inferior in grade. That is also incorrect. I provided 2 types of comparables: vacant land sales and improved comps from my neighborhood. The improved comps I submitted were all from my subdivision, and all but one were A grade or better. Only one comp, my neighbor outside the subdivision who shares a fence line with me and is graded C+1, matches the description of the assessor's narrative of a smaller, inferior graded home. This portion of the narrative does not accurately describe the evidence I submitted and appears to be based on a misunderstanding or on information from another file. As a result, it cannot be relied upon to evaluate the comparability of my evidence. Third, the narrative states that my property increased 9.89%. That figure is correct for the total assessment, but is misleading in the context of this appeal. I'm not disputing the improvement value. The improvements increased modestly from 2.177 million in 2025 to 2.278 million in 2026, an increase of about 4.6%. The land, however, increased from 287,500 to 430,500, a 49.8% increase to the land alone. The 9.89% overall increase was driven primarily by an extremely large increase in land value, not by the improvements. My appeal concerns the land because that disproportionate land increase reflects a model change, not a change in the physical property or the market. My prior submissions did not rely solely on sales. I looked at actual land assessments for comparable properties. 29 Blandamar parcels in total. Of those 29 parcels, 26 saw 0 increase in land assessment between 2025 and 2026, and only 3 parcels experienced any increase at all. The assessor's right references only one of those 3 parcels, specifically Comp 5, and their assessor provided improved comparable table. That Blandamar parcel represented one of the 3 Blandamar parcels that increased. In other words, roughly 90% of the Blandamar parcels saw 0% increase, yet the assessor highlighted the one that did. It is also notable the assessor's other improved comps 1 through 4, are small acreage parcels located 5.2 to 12.2 miles from my property, and none of them are impacted by high voltage transmission lines. These parcels are not comparable to a 13-acre rural tract with a full parcel transmission line impairment. My analysis was comprehensive. The assessor's response relied on one Blandamar land comp that happened to increase and several distant unimpaired small acreage improved parcels that do not reflect the assessment landscape for large acre rural. My 2026 land assessment is 430,500. Dividing that by my 13 acres results in 33,115 per acre. Premium unimpaired state parcels in Blandamar are assessed between 20,000 and 30,000 per acre, with most seeing 0 increase between 25 and 26. Large rural parcels in South Fork Farms, where I live, fall between 21,700 and 30,200 per acre. My adjacent neighbor, who I share the fence line with, and who is impaired by the same high voltage transmission line, is assessed at approximately 24,700 per acre, while my impaired acreage is assessed at 33,115. A high voltage transmission line impairs the entire parcel. When the long-standing impairment treatment is restored to all the residual acres and the 2026 base rates are applied consistently, the correct 2026 land value is 334,300. I respectfully ask the board to correct the overvaluation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, like to hear from the assessor's office.
Okay, I just want to comment on 6 comments, notification of the assessment for everyone is in the assessment notice we sent in January. So it's just a notification of the overall value. We don't notify anyone of specific change in our models or specific changes in any documents related to the property that would be unwieldy 50,000 properties. And basically, he followed what he should follow is the review and the appeal period, which is where you get into those details. So I just wanted to make that clear. He also mentioned that we changed the 2025 model if we changed the 2025 model. But we didn't value the land in 2025 based on that model. That is untrue. We didn't change the 2025 model. In 2020, during the calendar year of 2025, the 2025 assessment was developed and was effective January 1st, 2025. During the calendar year of 2025, Jeff went through and did a review of the neighborhood, and as part of that review, adjusted the land adjustments on properties from what we felt was not correct to a more appropriate adjustment. So that's not a change in the model. That is a review of properties that we hope to do on properties every 5 years. So we do that during calendar year 25 in this case, and it applies to the 2026 assessment based on the 2026 model. So when we're talking about land, the model is basically a base rate for rural area properties, a base rate for the home site, and then a base rate for the residual land that's outside of that 2 acres. So also, I mean, people will come to us and appeal or ask for a review of a certain aspect of their property, whether it's the land only or some part of their home or something like that. We'll do a review of the entire property. So as part of this appeal, we didn't just look at the land, we looked at everything. So whether Mr. Noga was interested in us doing the improvement part, ultimately, when you have an improved property, you can't sell the land separately from the building. So we're looking at the overall value. In this case, we have an application for a improved parcel and a vacant parcel. And I agree, what is mainly changed here is the land. Having said that, Jeff went through, and Jeff can share what he did on the neighborhood review, or basically what comes down to the land especially. So Jeff, would you go through that?
Yes, what it did is, before, like Mr. Noga pointed out, we had 11 acres.
Reduced 40% for the power line. I measured the easement of the power line, and it's an acre. So I reduced that acre 50%. And the land up there in this particular lot is a beautiful rolling lot. There's no floodplain on the land. There's no shape issue.
That's what I did in the parts. I thought.
Can you show the satellite how far the power lines are from the house?
I felt that 11 acres is fully sensitive much for that back high tension power line there.
Yeah, so I just want to point out that we're not saying that the only thing affected is that 1 acre. There are different ways to adjust the land value. You can adjust the area that's affected, the area directly under the easement enough to adjust the value overall an appropriate amount. Or you can adjust the property overall like we did in the past. We feel that negative 40% on the entire parcel was too severe a reduction, and it wasn't appropriate. So we've changed that, and that's part of what we should do on reviews.
So how much, so you're reducing 50% for the 1 acre. Are you reducing the residual, what's left
We're not
by
currently,
any factor?
no.
Respectfully, but you are adding a 20%, so you took away the 40% and then you added an additional 20% on the residual, which increased.
We do. We have a location adjustment on this part of the neighborhood, which is based on this part of the neighborhood being more valuable, the land being more valuable than other parts of market area 300. That's what that location is.
Was that on it previously, or is that new?
It was higher. I think
It was
25%.
125%. Yeah, it was a little bit higher. We reduced that down to 120%.
Can you see the power lines from the house?
Yes. You can see the power lines from the road.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It looks large. I just want to make sure.
You can see the power lines from my house.
Yeah.
from the road,
Is it
from
Those
everywhere.
are very tall power lines. I mean,
They're the high transmission lines that run through across the
So I
line.
have a question. The parcel to the left there, 35488.
Mhm.
How are you applying the power line on that one where it's not right down the back of the property like that? At least it does look like it is.
I'll have to look.
Is there a difference between high tension power lines and just power lines?
Yeah, just power lines to the house. We don't adjust for it all. Those are just to get power to your house.
That's subdivision.
Yes,
Stuff,
exactly.
leave it alone.
We're talking about high tension power lines. They're the only thing.
Why was the size adjustment removed? The size adjustment previously applied to the residual, the negative 25%.
Was that removed? Billy, would you go back to 4? What was on there?
So this is neighborhood 300. Where is 323? That's his comp 5. I'm gonna assume I know what
I'm
Bundoran
gonna
is.
have to. So this is neighborhood or market area 300 in the kind of teal color.
Yeah.
Bundoran's over here in the orange. And then 323 is this green color on the right. So here's the subject property here.
So
Here's 323.
but the land sales comps for the assessor are all 2, 3, 2, 6, 3, 1, 2, 3 acres. Subject property says 13. I thought we were talking 11.
11 is the residual.
Okay.
Outside the-
And then the comps that the owner has provided are 21. I mean, they're 21. They're the standard, 21 acre lots. There are a lot of difference in. I mean, this is out in the country. 2 acre lots are unusual.
Correct. I don't.
Not comparable to 13 acres, I guess is my point. So what's your logic on that?
What is our logic on that? I don't have an answer to that.
To predict it because you felt the whole thing was comparable, but maybe the land wasn't.
Yeah, that, 13's in between the 20 somethings. It's not a 20 something lot. And it's, yeah, you're right. It's not a 2 to 6 acre lot either.
Yeah, but it's more like a 21 than Can you go, you started to look at the adjacent lot to see what you were doing for the power line adjustment? I'm sorry, we're hitting you with like
Answer that.
questions from all angles.
So we have 1.68 acres on that parcel.
They have a 50% reduction.
Yeah, with a 50%. And I'm assuming that is also based on the same criteria. This area.
You said 1.6,
1.6.
and you're 1 acre on the subject property.
Correct.
So I don't think your question is, I don't think they count. It's just the width of the easement. It's
Just
not,
the width of
it's
the-
not that. I mean, honestly, the stuff on the back end of that is
Yeah, behind
less
that,
useful.
it's
Clearly.
behind that power line. Not a lot of value.
And yeah, the sliver of land, right? Okay,
Can you do the property that's on the,
that's your neighbors and shit.
so I think it's 35463. So right behind,
Oh, down below?
down below.
Five acre lot.
It's a 2 point, it's 2 acre lot.
And there's no power line adjustment. So you're only making the power line adjustment if they own the land that's under the power line?
That is correct. In this
So,
case,
so there's no adjustment for having the view of a power line?
none of these parcels now.
Yeah, we've done that before, I recall.
We have.
I would guess that the 40% across the entire 11 acres prior to this adjustment, I would have included not just the lack of use of the land, but the visual impairment as well. So,
I don't disagree.
I mean, there's two things I'm hung up on. The acreage sizes. I think comparing to 2-acre parcel is not quite right. And then I think there's a visual aspect to this as well, not just the easement area.
But
I would not buy a piece of property, no offense.
the
If I
1
lived in
acre,
Power Line.
the 1 acre.
That close.
50% reduction on the 1 acre, but then the rest of the parcel,
Yeah.
some fact.
Something.
reduction.
Yes.
Do we have any, I mean, this is the hard part. Do we have any sales here for these properties that are on the power line? Do we have any data for those? Because it seems like the difficulty here is we're looking at sales that are property generally. And so it's hard to understand sort of the effect of the power line here.
This is a very nice house. I imagine this house could have been built any number of places. It was built here though, with the view of the power line.
Yeah, but I mean, all we're trying to adjust here is the value of the land. We're not worried about the house. And so, I mean, my question is basically, we can see how the assessments are working, right? So we can see that if you happen to own the land that the power line is on, for that part of the land, there is an adjustment, right? And we can see from the surrounding parcels, that's how it's being done. And so that's fine if the value of the parcels reflects the negative view of the power line. Right? Because I think we all agree that if you look at two parcels and one has high tension power lines right in the back, that parcel would be viewed as having a lower value. So I'm trying to see how that part is captured in
How do
this.
you quantify that?
That's the part I have no idea.
Yeah, to answer your question, the highlighted parcels are parcels that sold in 25 and 24. So you see there aren't any the power lines in this area.
There's only 4 parcels that I'm aware of in my subdivision that have power line impairment, and those are the 4 parcels right there.
Yeah, but the ones on the other south of you, they have the same impairment. It's just a different neighborhood.
This one previously had up a spreadsheet which showed all South Fork Farms parcels. And one of the things that stood out to me is there's another parcel that's on the power line that's 11.47 acres, close to mine, two down. They were assessed about $100,000 less than mine. Their power line, and I measured it, mine's about 450 feet. Theirs is twice that. I don't know how you can get $100,000 reduction without
Where
having
is that gonna be on this map?
It's 35483.
So just thinking through this, if we were to apply a view adjustment to the home site, it seems like maybe there's some support for that. And then, do we understand why the size adjustment fell out on the residual, Billy?
I didn't think it was necessary to have a size adjustment on 13 acres.
Okay,
11, I should say.
but it's 10 now, right? Because of the.
Correct.
So when would we typically apply a size adjustment?
As it gets larger,
I see.
when does it start, Billy? Do you have the schedule?
22.
Okay, so it's correction.
Yeah.
So a portion of the adjustment is attributable to a correction, a mistaken discount that was applied.
Correct.
Okay, understood. Anyone think of a good argument for not applying the view adjustment?
No, I mean, the view adjustment should be on. I feel like it should be on improvements. Not just land.
I think they don't do it that way because it doesn't travel with the land in case it's on. Right.
We applied 5% to that. Next to the junkyard today.
Yeah, that's true. I hear you. Just looking at the way it was done on these comps, it looks like it was always applied to the home site, but we maybe should have done it that way. Live and learn.
Well,
So do we,
the improvements on there, it's impacted by the view.
because we want to be consistent, is, do we, you don't typically, for the view adjustment, do you typically look at whether there's power lines and apply a view adjustment for that? What do you typically do?
So, what would we typically have? The house, you can see the, we just talked about.
In that situation.
10% adjustment.
On
the
In
home
that
side.
situation,
Right.
this one had one right out the back door.
Right.
On the home site or the improvements?
We put it on the home site.
We will see, because I was.
So, yeah, I mean, 10% on the home side seems reasonable.
Which amount is?
That's minus 10%.
So, yeah, so from the assessors, I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but in this case, I mean, what you just described is one where the power lines was visible and they're close. Here it's 500 feet. And so that's,
It's around 300 and something feet. If I remember. For the, between the tower of the power lines and the house.
okay.
Yeah, I just, so for clarification, it's 300 something feet. You can't build within that space. When you're by the tower or. So can you measure from my property 300 feet towards my house?
We try. Doesn't. That's too much problem.
Wait a minute, you're saying your easement doesn't allow construction?
Correct.
Typically,
Outside of the easement?
Correct.
typically these utility easements will have a space where they run the line, and then on either side of that, there's it's like 50 feet wide, and then 100 feet out from that, they can't build. It's like you can't get near it in case they need to come in and work on it.
So does the easement actually extend
Yeah, it's a
on
lesser,
the plat?
yeah, it's a restrictive easement.
So did you measure that full 300 foot width?
No.
You don't know.
Looks to me like two
Unusable
overlapping
land.
zones, right? Like one with a higher intensity restrictive covenant.
I wouldn't call it unusable land. He uses that.
Less usable land.
Yeah, but he's not gonna, this is a single family house property.
But he could build a
You're not gonna
barn.
get a house back there anywhere. Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, but there's limited reduction due to just that. I'm not saying there isn't a problem with the power line itself, I'm just saying that. Just not being able to build a specific building on building.
How did you measure the 1 acre that gets the 50% reduction? That's just the immediately.
It's
below-
this. Yeah, it's approximately this part right here. Right there. Something, yeah, well, it's 1.8, so it's even, it's almost half that.
So that does appear sort of significant though, because it looks like 3 times the space that's burdened by the power line easement has got the restrictive building covenant. I understand the argument, it is lesser, but still seems like it should be worth something.
Yeah, it seems like it would be closer to, yeah. So instead of 1 acre, it would be 3
What is it,
acres.
50%?
Yes.
Of what you actually measured as the easement?
Yes.
So it would be something less than that for the areas outside of that easement.
Yeah,
Maybe not 49.
yeah,
I mean, I'd cut it in half.
and 20, 25. I mean, it comes right up to the backyard. Like that's a place you might reasonably have wanted to build in relation to the house. At first I was thinking that the power line runs along the property line, really not that big of a deal, but it's a kind of a pernicious power line because of the width of the effect on the property in my mind.
Like they applied 300 feet on the other side to the neighbors.
The other thing that could be done is we could adjust the 50% to a larger number that we felt was that properly considered the additional restrictive building rules of which we're now aware. That way they could keep their model intact, which I'm sure is consistent with the way they've done it on other properties.
I just want to summarize because we've a couple of things going on here. Just want to make sure we're all in the same.
What was the answer to the question about the,
Is we took 15% on the improvements on this parcel
on the improvements?
because of the two tower views and power substation.
Yeah, there's not just.
Yeah,
the-
tell me what else, what's the difference?
That property, talk about the property that we talked about earlier with the trashy parcel in front. This one had a big expanded power substation in front. So that wasn't just because of it was because of the towers, but it was also because of the substation. It was right in front of it.
I can give you measurements.
And that was 15% of
I mean, you
the
couldn't
land and improvements.
In front of it.
15% was on the.
The transmission, the big things with the gravel and the fences and all that stuff that we see. Okay.
In mind is how much
And
from the house.
you couldn't see that from the house, but you could see it from as you entered the property. And Billy, what was it on the land for that?
Well, I guess my point is you did 15% on the improvements for a substation essentially.
Correct.
And we're saying, and that's a you don't have a substation, but you do have power lines and they are visual. So the answer, if you like to bracket things, is somewhere between 0 and 15%.
Yeah.
You know, that's my feeling on the view and the,
And you're saying it's of the entire, the land and.
that's what they did, was they applied it to the improvements. So, but Evan, I am concerned that we apply everything fairly and they have a box to fit in when it comes to this easement and the area outside of the easement that has some restrictions. Is this a recorded, like, does his deed actually, it has this easement and then there's like additional restrictions that are controlled by the easement, or is it county? The state corporation commission, you know, it goes.
Yeah,
Every time you turn around, there's another reason you can't
Well,
use your land.
that's a good question of clarification. The utility easements that I've seen hundreds of them, typically say this amount of land we can do X on, and then there's an additional wider buffer space that you can't do anything on because you might need to bring something in, construction, whatever. But I don't know what the situation is here. Do you know if it's in your deed as a
I don't know that it's in the deed. I believe it's in either the county or state. We know that we have to call, and we've called Dominion to get their clarification on what we can do or not do.
but is the
Fences and sheds and.
You know, we have not been able
Out
to
of
build
the
a fence
easement
back there,
area.
and we can't build back there. We can't do anything back there. And it's not just under the power lines. It extends out.
Outside of your
Yeah.
actual, look at your plat to show an easement line.
Yep.
What restrictions are there beyond that? Like, what do you have?
I
did, you call this,
We call relative to building a fence. The fence would have gone right underneath the power line. We weren't gonna build a barn back there. We built it closer to the road.
or do you think these are like state corporation commission restrictions? Just. That they apply later, you know?
Yeah, it might be belt and suspenders. So I guess just trying to sum up here, it seems to me that it would they typically apply a view adjustment. Some view adjustment would seem appropriate here in light of the scale of the power lines. And then I would be in favor of bumping the adjustment for the power lines on the residual by some amount, right? That it was set without regard for the building restrictions. We now know there are building restrictions. It just seems like that has to be worth something.
Sorry, I was just trying to find it.
Oh, so it was at 25. Was it 40%? Now it changed to 40%. Oh no, sorry, that was the old one. Now it's 50%.
Just on 1 acre.
But it's just, yeah,
1 acre.
so I
But
think,
everything else is at 0.
And it went up.
right, so I think there's two proposals that I guess we should check on their feasibility. One is to somehow apply the 50% to a 3 acre area, because that's more consistent with what is restricted. And then the other is to apply a view adjustment to the rest of the property.
He's already got the 50%.
Yeah, but only 1 acre. So
Yeah, that's just on so there's land that's completely restricted by the power lines, and that gets a 50% adjustment. And then there's the land that the house is on that's right next to it, that has a view of the power lines, that
Right.
in the past, they've applied a view adjustment for those, and so there seems like there's room to do that as well.
Say it's 3 acres, I mean, how are you gonna decide how much it is?
now I would really like to have a number, like, is it 100 feet beyond the easement that you have additional restrictions? And if it is, then you know, make
Whatever
that percentage, that extra 100 feet, 25% reduction instead of the 50 that's actually the encumbered easement itself.
We're being pedantic. I think what we might want is,
No, I don't know.
we'd want 4 landlines maybe, and one of them would be burdened only by the covenant restriction, right? That would be 3.4 minus 1.7 rounded. And then the next one would be burdened by both. And we're thinking that 50 should go to 60, and then the other one might be 10 or 15, whatever. But I don't know if this may not be viable to do this type of adjustment so granularly. It may be bad practice. So I'm receptive to the assessor's office consideration on that. I don't think we're trying to power steer the model. Just trying to match it to the facts on the ground as we understand them from the testimony.
I would say I'm okay with the 50% that you use on the actual square footage of the easement area. I would like to know if there is actually some type of additional restrictions, whether it's county, state, whatever. And if there's a number you can apply just parallel to the easement and I would suggest maybe 25%, depending on what those restrictions are. And then I do think we need to do a view adjustment on the entire property because of it. It's, again, between 0 and 15, 15 being the one we've already talked about with a facility there. This is not a facility, so you don't get 15%, but there's still this huge power line that's,
You can see it from every place on the property.
sure. But I'll be clear, we like to turn our lights on. It's like people that complain about cell towers and data centers. Do you like your internet? I do, just not in my backyard.
I put a few numbers in based on your conversation.
Okay.
So this is 10% on the home site, 10% reduction on the home site. A 10% reduction on 8 acres of residual, and then a 50% reduction on 3 acres of the residual to represent that back section. So just based on that, it would result in $364,000. Which is a reduction of about 50,000
On the land.
on the land.
What about improvements?
I haven't done any.
You only put the 10% on the land, not on the improvement.
He's not asking for anything.
I know he's not, but
Just-
I'm saying consistently, we did 15%.
Yeah, we did apply it to.
For transmission substation.
So not consistently on another property that we reviewed.
That's not a
Yeah, but-
countywide policy. It's a case by case.
It's really case by case. And it's really, that one had the substation. So that was kind of major.
And I'm not saying it should be 15% from the substation either. I'm saying it should be something less. I'm saying
Yeah, so
I don't
you're,
know about the rest of
no,
y'all.
but you're saying it should be like, if you choose a number, so you think it's 5%?
I think it's 5 to 7. I think 5's reasonable.
5 for what? Just
These
for
are the
the,
improvement.
On the improvement
for HS1.
and the house.
Not on the house.
And the house.
So I've got 5% on the house. So now we're looking at the house.
like to also state that I think it's important that this power line's actually on his property. I want everybody in the county who's sitting here watching this website thinking they can show up and say, I see a power line.
Viewers at home.
I see a power line from my house. It's a mile away. It doesn't matter.
If we do that 5%, do we also want to do the 10% on the home site? It seems like those are duplicative.
Yeah, I can.
5% is a pretty substantial
is on the-
increase on a two.
That's right.
So the 5% actually represents a reduction just for the house itself
Yeah, just improved.
from 2,168,300 to 2,005,77. So it's 100 and.
You're only putting it on the house, not the barn.
Correct.
That's right. I agree with that too. Barns, horses don't care.
Although my wife would argue that when she's at the barn, she can see the power lines, but I don't want to be pedantic about this. There's that word again.
About 110,000 on the house itself.
I think just to try and keep things tidy, I would suggest it's better practice to have one adjustment that reflects our perspective on the value of the view and not to layer them on the home site and then the improvements. So I would want to pull off the improvements 10%. But the other adjustments to the land seemed appropriate to me.
The 10% on HS1.
Yes.
So let's just go, we're talking about, I'm not comfortable with the additional 150, whatever of unusable land that we think is not usable outside the easement, because I don't know for sure that that's 100% true. I'd love to know the answer to that question, but I don't need to know it now. So I don't know that we ought to go, we're talking about going from 1 acre to 3 acres. And I'm not.
We can take the testimony of the applicant as credible.
Okay.
I mean, it may not be sufficiently definite. It may ultimately fall to the assessor's office to like dial that in, but I believe the applicant that he's restricted from building there. It seems like he's done at least some research on it. No reason to doubt it.
The easement's an acre. So we're saying, and what's that easement, 100 feet?
Just so we're clear, when she measured it was 1.8 acres as measured, not 1. So right now, that was my concern. It looks like it was undervalued. Underrepresented.
I measured an acre.
You saying just now?
She just.
Yeah, that's not,
Through the,
you're
or someone.
looking at that at an angle. That's like a
Yeah.
3D angle.
Right.
It's gonna go, yeah. Yeah, right. But you actually apply. The actual deeded easement area is about an acre.
I measured it. Like
If you measure on here, he just measured a little differently.
Is it the cut? It's the property line to the tree cut, probably. There you go. Okay, that's better, straight down. Yeah, your fence line, right?
Actually, it's to the right of that. I mean, it's more to the right of that because there's power lines. There's 2 parallel sets of power lines.
Oh, I saw two.
There's not just one,
see
there's
them.
2.
It's on the other side.
There's right there. If you move down a little bit, if you go to my mom's property, you'll see where the other tower is, right there.
I think the width is probably that tree clearing.
Oh, so it's actually down on the bottom. Those people actually do have, they are burdened by it.
Yep.
So you can see the 2 towers right there.
Yeah, so I'm assuming he measured closer to what I just measured.
My guess just from construction is right.
That's where they
That's
clear.
the width of, you see the tree clearing line? That they would clear to that.
These GIS lines are not.
Yeah.
100% accurate.
I mean, you know,
I think they're pretty close based
1.5.
on the fence lines.
I mean, I
have seen people build barns underneath tower.
So just as a point of reference, the gentleman behind me, Harry, had to cut half his barn off because Dominion said it encroached on their easement. And so he had to actually take half his barn away. So that you're not allowed to build for these types of power lines, build underneath the power line.
Yeah, and we're not saying that you can build anything.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm just not 100, still not 100% sure about this 100 feet
Yeah,
away.
I think I'm coming around to your view. I think we don't have maybe sufficient evidence to map that out.
I mean, if you came back and got a letter from Dominion or something and said there's additional burden on you beyond that actual distance, I think staff would entertain that. But, hearsay, not hearsay, I don't want to say it. I won't be like, got.
What if we apply the 50% to 1 acre and the rest of the reduction to the rest of it?
Yeah,
That's the
I'm
simplest
thinking
approach.
that acreage is
Yes.
50%, 1.56 acres, that's 50%. And then the view on the,
Everything
on the
else.
house improvement. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, so what we're saying is the land and the house
Or
are impacted
Yes.
at a 5% negative view. And then the land that's on the easement is impacted at the 50%.
And then 10% on the residual for view.
I think the,
I think we're
thought
doing,
we said,
I think we're doing 5.
I thought you said 5% on the house.
You're right, we said all those numbers.
The
So we're going to.
15%.
So
Just for clarification, when I computed the 2026 assessment using the 2024 model that they had, I came up with 334, 300. And that was 2-acre home site, an 11-acre with a 40% reduction. And so based on what Mr. Lynch said, we're within 30,000, but you've carved it up into a bunch of pieces.
Trying to keep it simple.
I'm trying to keep it simple. I'm just,
Yeah.
if I have to do the math again, I'm gonna,
Billy, I just want to make sure, the 15% for the transmission line, just the land and the building or just the building?
15% on the improvements.
Just the improvements,
Then we had 25% on the land
but that's,
because of.
so you did do an adjustment for the land.
We did. Okay.
So doing both here then is reasonable, just not at the same levels.
Yeah.
So
All right.
15 and 25. but-
I'm thinking 5 for the view of the building.
Yep.
10 for the view on the land, because they would 25. I mean, that's kind of 15, 25.
And 50 on
And then 50% on the 1.56 acres.
Okay, so I've got 10% on the home site. I've got 10% on the rest of the land not under the easement.
Residual.
50% on the 1.56 acres.
and
5% on the
5% on the
improvement.
And I have 5% on the improvements. Correct.
so 5% on the, just so I'm clear, 5% on the house,
Only the house, not the barn.
10% on HS1, which is that land.
Yeah.
10% on the residual, less the 1.56, and then 50% on the 1.56. And what I also heard is I need to go to Dominion to find out if there's additional restrictions that extend beyond that 1.56 that would impair that land.
I would ask the county and the state too.
Yeah, so we're gonna,
It'd be good building code requirements that
so we're gonna use 1.56 because that's our best estimate right now, but if you are able to get a better number,
It can be
you
adjusted.
can send that to the source's office and they can work with.
This is a pretty favorable adjustment, though. The next board might take a different perspective on the value of the restrictive covenant.
So of course, we need to vote on that and everything for.
So the,
What is the, just so.
Hold on, let's get through the process, okay?
Yeah.
So what's the number?
So the total number we're coming up with now is.
For land and improvements, I suppose.
The land is. Oh, sorry, I'm looking in the wrong place. 381,700. Total improvements is 2,166,400.
2,166,400.
Yes, 2,166,000.
Okay.
And the total value is 2,548,100.
2,588,100.
and then we're gonna do the same
We're
thing
gonna do
for
the same
the
thing the
other.
next one, only land.
Now, do you want to look at the other one first before you vote on both, or do you want to vote on the?
I'd like to get this one done so we can all dump that out of our short-term memories.
Just apply the same thing to the next.
Okay. I've got the numbers written down. I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
Is that all right?
I move the land for application number 84270 Sycamore Creek Drive. Land value be reduced to 381,700. Improvements be reduced to 2,166,400 for a total of $2,548,100.
Motion. Okay, I second the motion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously.
I'll only say all of these, this 55%, 10%, all reflected in the computer system. So that we documented how we got here.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Mr.
Mrs. Noman.
Oh, Mrs. Noga is gonna speak on this one.
I'm gonna speak on it.
Oh, okay.
This is really just in a continuation of the discussion we had on my parcel. This is if you want me to go through the entire narrative, I can. I suspect you don't want to.
We're gonna do the same.
We
thing.
talked about.
We're just gonna
And
do-
just,
Yeah.
let's,
So
I
we need
think,
to do the
yeah, the same thing on this one.
Yeah, why wouldn't? Another water protection area.
Correct. It's 1.39 on the power line.
50%.
Really. Yeah, this one on there. Save my changes.
Say, you 10%.
10% on a home site and 10% on the.
Okay, so we have lanes. Just for clarification, we need to include the water buffer zone as well. That's a non-buildable piece of her property. If you put that overlay, you can see on her property where you can't build next to this.
No, because that's not affecting power.
No, it's a separate impediment to the property. She's not able to build because of this water protection zone on her property. She can't build anywhere in the middle of that property.
Woods, is that where the creek?
How does that in the middle of the property?
I'll show you in a second. After I get these on it.
And you don't think they've already taken that into account?
I don't think so. There's no home on here. It's just land.
Billy, do you typically use a separate line to reflect the area burdened or restricted for the water protection ordinance, or you just build that into the holistic number for the parcel or parcel wide adjustment?
So
It's not down the middle, it's on the edge.
it's like the creek right there.
Acreage out and apply the adjustment to the affected area.
Do not treat water protection the same. It's not the same as flood zone. So typically it might be in part of the top of the topo adjustment, if there's a topo adjustment.
But it's a non-buildable parcel piece of land, correct?
Yeah, but that.
You say the whole parcel is on?
No.
The entire parcel doesn't have to be built on. It really matters how it falls. And like I said, we'll look at the picture in a second. We can get an idea of that. I wanted to first get the 100 based on the other things you were talking about. So obviously, there's no adjustment to the building because there is no building, but the home site has 10%.
Yep.
The rest of the residual of which I didn't. These odd numbers. Here, 7.
Home sites are 2 acres, right?
Ninety percent on the 4.52 acres and then 50% on 1.39 acres, which is what I measured on. Oh, actually, it's right here on the screen. We included area, not just, that's why the area was different. We included the water protection in the area that was reduced 50%.
So can you
So
put?
you
the
have a
overlay-
combo of 50% for the water protection and the power.
That's what we had before, yes.
What's that
So-
total?
So that
Those-
total, now I've changed the number, it's 1.57 acres. It was still 50%, but it was a larger acreage than what was just the power line.
Can you put the overlay and measure that protection buffer? Because I
So
came up,
that's already measured.
It's already measured.
I came up with nearly an acre. Not 0.2.
Section 0.916, that's measured by the system.
So it's the 1.39 plus 0.916, correct?
Well, that's
It might
not,
be an overlap.
that's not what he originally had, but.
No, you're right.
Oh,
So my contention is you can build a house anywhere on here, you just get rid of it here. Without a variance.
Correct.
really a stream out in the middle of that field. No.
It's during torrential rains, yes, a stream runs through it. A river runs through it.
Well, you can see where the house right next door is right there. next to
Yeah.
it, So
Yeah.
you got.
Okay.
We would typically not reduce
So we're 0.96.
50% for
0.96.
water protection area. But,
You would not. And right now you don't have that.
well, right now, we were doing that as part of this acreage.
Would it be fair to say you do it if it was the property below because it cuts the bisects completely?
Yeah, I'm assuming that we have done it on all these, since Jeff set all these up. Yes. So it really matters how it affects. If it's only on the back area where this power line is, it really has no effect on the back at all. If it's in the middle, it has more effect.
It's in the center of the parcel and
Yeah.
there's other restrictions on the parcel, which I think those things sort of make each other worse. They're intensifiers, so I'd be inclined to make an adjustment. 50 seems like too much, maybe 20 or 25.
Or just the water.
Water piece, yeah, if we do another residual line.
So in the, lot 35484, the one immediately to the right, you have an adjustment for the
I think
1.57?
an Adjustment is what we need.
Yeah, good question. Yeah, let's just do it.
Yeah, whatever that is, we should just be
Okay.
consistent.
Then we go back to adding that area to the easement.
Oh, I see.
That's how all of these were done.
So you combine the 916 to
It's
the
1.39.
1.39 and you just add this and just 50% for these two things.
Correct.
And there's a difference.
And if you want to do that, I can put that in.
Okay.
I think that adjustment is actually the other way, right? So we're talking about doing less than 50%. I'm inclined to just defer to the way they've done it here. That doesn't feel more accurate or fair.
I'm good with 50% on the yellow and the blue. And the 10% for the view, for the 2 acres and then the
Yeah,
whatever that remainder is.
Is that what you want me to put in and see?
it's consistent with what we do.
Let me adjust. Let me adjust those. Prius. Okay, 7.91 total acres. So right now I've got a 10% reduction on the home site, a 10% reduction on the most of the rest of the residual area, and then on the 2.306 acres that includes the power line and the water protection area at minus 50%. That's what you intended.
Yes.
Then I can give you those values.
Land value.
It's so that's 257,100.
Okay. I'll make a motion. Anybody else wants to talk?
Yeah, right.
For application number 9, vacant property owned by Miss Donna Noga. To reduce the land assessment to $257,100.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously with respect to application.
Nine.
Thanks, 9, yeah. Yep, okay, let's bring in, Robert and Kathy.
I just want to say thank you very much. Thank you to the county assessors. It's not an easy job, so I appreciate all the work.
I want to say, every property is a little different, but I think this county does. Know this county has had to deal with prior to Mr. Lynch being here. Is doing an exceptional job assessments the last 7, 8 years, 11. How long's it been? 11 years.
I hope you mean the whole time.
No, I didn't.
You can disagree, you can't say there's no system.
Ma'am, thank you for coming. That's right.
No system.
No.
Can I get my leg?
Yes, I know what you mean. You have a good day.
Take care. I feel like you went up fast. Couldn't back it up, literally. Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm sure that doesn't happen.
Because he wasn't asking for the house to be adjusted.
Yeah.
That was the big adjustment.
What was got?
Oh,
One of those minutes.
Yeah.
That's
Pass them
right.
down.
Okay.
No judgment.
You guys really need
We're too far away.
So we have one, we need to wrap up.
one more. Then we have to deliberate on Mr. Seckley's application. Here we go.
Yes.
Yeah, we can go there, please. Thank you. So Pete, now that we have a rezoning at North Point. Do you? You gonna come talk with me? I think me or Deb. I lost 40 some acres of usable land.
You know, it's effective for January 1st for your assessment. So yeah, we'll take that into consideration. For the assessment.
Right.
And we. So these are under the commercial.
Under the expectations that you had.
Hi.
Yeah.
Heather Griffith, nice to meet you.
Change uses, added residential, reduced commercial.
Okay.
Happy to walk you.
All right,
And the pool site has no values. And it's bigger now.
sorry to keep you both waiting. We're trying to stay on schedule here, but we've got a little bit off track. We're now ready to hear the applicant on application number 28, property ID 57642. Mr. Devereaux, will you be speaking in support of the application today?
Yes.
And I'm going to swear you in if that's all right.
Okay, sure.
Both of you will be testifying today.
Heather
Wait.
Griffith.
Yeah, okay.
This is my realtor, so.
Okay, could both then, I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Bob Devereaux. I appreciate the opportunity to appeal my 2026 assessment.
This is my realtor, Heather Griffith. I appreciate you guys serving on the board. I know it's a voluntary thing, so thank you for your service. The reason I'm appealing my assessment is because I strongly believe that the assessment exceeds the fair market value in the neighborhood, and it's inconsistent with the assessments of other sales in the neighborhood, which I'll go into in detail. My home was purchased 2.5 years ago. It's a new construction in the Galaxy Farms development. The initial increase in assessment in 2025 was 4%, which I assume was just normal kind of appreciation. But last year, our assessment went up 30%. So that really got my attention, especially since it's a brand new neighborhood. And it seemed like other properties weren't that much. So the current assessment is $263,000 higher than the purchase price of our property. In a new development like Galaxy Farms, recent sales, I think, would provide the most reliable indicator of market value. So I looked at all 9 sales in 2025 in the Galaxy Farms development, just to compare them with our experience. Our home is actually, if you look at the total square footage of our house, we're one of the smallest homes if you compare our size house to the other sales in 2025. But despite that, our property is assessed higher than any of the 2025 sales. And I know the count, I provided all 9 sales. The county, I believe, provided 5 comparables. The county's comparables were number 2, 4, and 5. Those properties, actually, the assessment was came in 2026 less than their sale price, even though these were recent sales. So that got my attention, that we were so much higher than other sales in the community. The county's analysis of the data seems to rely heavily on the 5095 Mary Jackson Court. That's the comp number 1 of the assessor comparables. This property is the same model as our home, but it differs significantly. It has a finished basement, screen patio. It's sold for $230,000 more than our home, which I think was like 1.5 years after our home sale. But I don't think property values went up that much in that time period. I think the difference is due to the fact that that home has substantial upgrades compared to our home. And I think that's true in the entire neighborhood. People buy, some people decide to go with the base model. Others really equip their homes with a lot of extra upgrades. I think a more appropriate comparable is the 5070 Mary Jackson Court. Now, that's not on the assessor's list, but that's my comp number 6 on my comparable list. That home actually has 4 bedrooms, so an additional bedroom compared to ours. It has, though, nearly identical square footage. It has no basement, just like our home. The sale price was comparable to ours. It was $25,000 less than our home. Despite the similarity, the tax assessment on that house is $200,000 lower than mine. And so this, to me, this disparity reflects some inconsistency in the methodology that's used to determine the value of the home. And I think what's happened here is the grading system that's been applied to our house. We're currently at an A-1 grade, whereas many of the homes in our subdivision are B+1. And from what I can determine, the only difference between the A-1 grade in our situation is the fact that we have a volume ceiling and clear story windows. The comparison ends with that. Many other homes, in fact, all the Craig homes in that neighborhood have tray ceilings, crown molding, transom windows. Those are standard features in the neighborhood. However, most all those homes are B+1 rated. So that was presented as evidence of us having the higher rating. We don't have a gourmet kitchen despite what it says. I have a microwave oven on the counter and a single oven and no fancy vent hood or anything. Basic marble countertops, granite countertops, no build-ins. The purchase vinyl flooring in the house. If you look at the purchase price of our house, we decided not to do a lot of extras. We wanted to keep the price down. So I think that the grading system that's been used on our house is not really aligned with the actual market behavior. It is artificially inflating the assessed value of our property. The assessor noted there was a equalization of the grading of the property was occurred last year when they, after conducting a neighborhood review of the similar model types. But I think this change in the grading really caused our assessment to go way up to 30%. I would say that the difference in price neighborhood and the neighborhood is really mainly a factor of the features of the homes and the various upgrades that have been done to different homes, and not due to this one aspect of design. The other last thing I wanted to mention about our property is the impact of some construction that's directly adjacent to our property. And I think you guys have in your packet some photos of our backyard and an aerial view of the property. There's elementary school construction going on. A very large retention pond has been constructed immediately adjacent to our property. We can't see into the pond, but there's a large earthen berm right abutting our property, and a large chain link fence, which the county tells me will be a permanent feature with signage saying "Do not trespass, dangerous area." I can't help but think that this retention pond is going to have a big impact on our property value. As you can see, it looks like a large crater there. We're experiencing mosquitoes and right now a lot of mud. I know that hopefully will change with time, but we've been offered condolences by our neighbors saying, sorry you picked that lot.
It was all wooded.
Yeah, that was all wooded like land before that. So just in summary, I feel like the assessment doesn't really reflect our fair market value, and there's some inequity because of this grading process. And if you look at the recent comparable sales in the development, I think it supports my view. I think there's inconsistency in these in the grading system, the way it's applied, and also the county's comparables that they selected don't reflect all of the sales that occurred in the neighborhood. And also lastly, the negative external impact on the property by this construction. And just respectfully request that our assessment be changed to better reflect the fair market value. I don't know, Heather, if you have anything to add in my remaining time.
I don't know if I can ask you all questions, or I've never been a part of.
Probably better to make a presentation during this part.
Okay.
Opportunity to have questions later.
So do you all have a copy of the comps? Then did you give them up?
Yes.
Okay, so if you look, the 5 that you chose were the 5. There were 9 total, but the 5 that you chose, none of them were on a concrete slab. They all have finished basement.
Assessor provided.
Yeah, I wanted to
Be clear about what you're talking. You're talking about the assessor provided ones.
The
Yes,
one in
the
the, yes,
assessor
that that you all sent to us.
Make sure we're looking at the right
The
chart.
board is independent. What you're looking at is what I provided.
Oh, correct, you're the assessor, yes, okay,
Board didn't provide it. They're just trying to make.
okay. So the assessor, the 5 that you provided were all ones that had basements, finished basements, and were significantly bigger in square footage and had more bedrooms and bathrooms. So I was just curious well, I guess I can't answer the question, but I feel like there are 4 others that are on concrete slabs that resemble more of Bob's house because it's a concrete slab.
The owner provided ones have the slabs versus basements.
5070 Mary Jackson, 5106 Mary Jackson, 4017 Mary Curie, and 4023 Mary Curie.
40-20.
So if you look in the packet we have the assessments for those as well, prepared by, yeah.
Yeah, so the
that's
top
all.
4 and then the bottom 5 that were used would. It's a different designed home.
Yeah, no, Sam loves his slabs.
Great.
Sam loves his slabs.
I think I've got, I think I understand the argument there.
Anything further, and some of your questions may be answered by the assessor's presentation about the methodology.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so
Yeah.
nothing further.
You'll have a chance to rebut.
Okay,
as
cool.
well.
Thank you. Sorry, this is all new to us both.
From the assessors.
Assessor.
I think this comes down to grade, actually. You know, because we've got all the sales from the neighborhood in between the two. But, you know, when you look at grade, you look at this is the foyer, with the decorative ceiling, the standard glass door, you know, some built-ins, perhaps kitchen. Yeah. He described it as nothing much. I can't remember exactly how he described it, but this is not what I expected when he described it. So that's pretty nice kitchen. It has the transom, not transom, the coppered ceiling. And then you know, there's more pictures from different directions.
Do you have pictures of any of the 4 comparables? So like the 5070 Mary Jackson or the
We
5105?
won't have any interior pictures to show.
If I may say one thing, a lot of what was chosen, that's cultural marble, that's build array, that is offered in all of the homes across the neighborhood. So, go ahead.
We're gonna.
Can you talk about?
Talk. I hear you. I'm gonna ask you those
A
questions.
lot of the stuff standard. Okay, thank you.
We'll have the time to do rebuttal, right, when the assessor's office.
It'll be a
But
conversation.
then you all just tell me when.
So I don't really have much more to add. I mean.
I agree. This comes down to the grade.
We look at it, we determine the grade is appropriate or not.
So the presentation or the written submission from the assessor's office describes a grade equalization. Do I understand correctly? You're talking there about like compressing the two, A-1, A-2, and A-1.
No, so Rachel, you go ahead and explain.
Yes, so I looked at, the subject is the Chesapeake model, to my understanding, it's a 1.5 story. In my professional opinion and on my review of the property, I would say grade of the subject is correct, being an A-1. And that was equalized with other Chesapeakes at that grade over this, I think it was the summer 2025 I did this, or in 2025. And based on my interior and exterior review of the subject, I believe the current grade as A-1 is correct. That's based on my interior findings that I noted in the analysis. Yes, some of the features are similar to other Craig-built homes that are 2-story, such as the other models they offer. However, with the volume ceiling, this one in particular, 16 feet high with additional exposed decorative V-cork trim, stonework detail in the fireplace, the vaulted ceiling, from my opinion, current understanding, does add additional value. You have additional trusswork, craftsmanship, insulation that goes into it, as well as the clerestory windows, which provide additional lighting throughout the home. So from my understanding, the grade of an A-1 is correct on the swelling.
I think so in terms, I mean, let me make sure I understood. So for the Chesapeake model, those are consistently rated as A-1.
Yes. When I performed the equalization at that time, we ran a report based off the data that systems such as the model name and builder. There were two left off at the time, but those have since been corrected. So from my current understanding and knowledge, all Chesapeake models within Galaxy Farms, I believe, are an A-1.
And this is essentially the nicest version of the house they sell. There were no features that were excluded here other than their custom products.
I've reviewed other private built homes in Galaxy Farms. This one that I was able to go inside of, in my opinion, was the nicest.
I have a question about some of these comps are 2 stories versus.
Yeah.
1 1/4, 1 3/4. Are we? Does it hold true that the 1 stories are more valuable per square foot than the 2 stories?
The 1.5, yes, would be more valuable than the 2 stories. Correct.
I noticed something, there's a pattern. All the 2 stories are B1 and all of the 1.5 are A1. But all of the 2 stories that have been provided by the owner were sold in 2025 and his was sold in 2023. Knowing builders and knowing the St. Craig. Yeah, right. I'm not confident that all of these 2-story units sold in 2025 should also be A1. I mean, the things you're describing are the nature of a story and a half. You've got 10-foot ceilings, you've got areas that you can do these conference ceilings. A 2-story building, 9-foot ceilings, you can't have vaulted ceilings, you can't have big windows. So, that's my take. I mean, I think you're right. This comes down to the grading, but I'm less. I'm not sure the grading is being. When you grade it, you should grade it on the finishes and the quality, and not necessarily the feature like a 10-story, like a 10-foot or a vaulted ceiling, because that's really related to the 1.5-story design or a 2-story design.
Well,
So
I
again-
agree with the 10-foot.
Well, I mean, you know what I'm saying.
Ceilings, because that's.
There's an area, there's no living space above it. You can raise the trusses and get that look. But that's that's related to the design as a 1.5 than.
Right.
But
I agree, but it's also additional cost and it's also, something people will pay for. And that's.
And I think that's reflected in the cost per square foot of a 1.5-story versus a 2-story, not the grade.
You don't necessarily have those in all your 1.5 stories though, and that's why the grade needs to reflect that. So the lower grade ones don't have those, even though that dead space is up there, nothing is done with it. But the higher grade ones take advantage of it, spend the extra money to get the benefit.
I'm still saying that.
That's how we look at it.
That is also reflected in the difference in cost per square foot just because of the design of a 1.5 to 2. So
So I see, I think part of the challenge here is, so I'm comfortable with the A-1 because you're doing that sort of consistently across this model. I'm consistent and I'm comfortable with the B+1 for the 2 stories. Like I get that part. The part that I'm struggling with is just, it seems to be an enormous difference between those 2 grades, right? So, I get that one is better than the other, but is it really $200,000 better to be in the Chesapeake model? Versus, so that's part. So if you could just give me a sense of how things would change for this appraisal if it was a B+1, is it really going to drop
that's exactly what I was
the value by 200? Yeah.
Wonderful having this incredible computer system that
I
allows you
know,
to
it is
immediately.
That is true.
I think they're solving for that with the square footage applied to 2-story homes.
Yeah, I agree that there is a factor within the 2-story versus 1.5 that takes care of that. I may just disagree with the A1 and the B in that you shouldn't, if you're already having an additional cost per square foot, value per square foot because of the difference in a 1.5 to 2, I feel like you're compounding the the overvaluation when you take into account features that can only be built in a story and a half. Like it's already accounted for in the fact that it's a story and a half instead of 2 stories. So I mean, the grade should be finishes, granite. The actual cabinets, the flooring, not a coffered ceiling. Well, maybe a coffered ceiling, a 9-foot ceiling, but not a palladium window because you've got this big space you can put it in. You're already paying extra for that because it's a story and a half. That's what I'm getting at.
So
You don't have to agree with my logic, but that's.
it's
So I think
722 is what it comes down
it
to
came out to 903,600
in total.
in total.
If
But-
it,
but-
if
but
it was a B
but
plus one.
The improvements are, so the value of the improvement is going from 860 to 722. So it's $137,000 difference based on just changing that grade.
What's the 1% reduction being applied on age condition?
Well, for age.
That's just for the age. That's your general.
So Dave, were you saying to raise the 2 stories up to A1?
Over time.
Because that would make this go even higher,
Okay.
right?
I'm saying that my opinion is that the grade is about fit and finish, not features
Not architecture.
that are part of the design of the building, 1 story versus 1.5, 2 story. So,
Well, I guess.
and I've got to believe that in 2 years, there's no way, like if we're grading all of these 2 stories at a B1, I don't see why anything else in that structure, unless somebody went whole hog and put in like which they do, Craig Builders made a lot of money on upgrades. I don't see why anything would be above a B1.
So was this property B1 before it was?
It was.
So it changed from a B1 to an A-1, and that's why we're here today.
Is there any factor for the construction? Any reduction based on the construction going on, the new school?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, we don't have any reduction in value based on that.
That's a temporary thing, and if you buy in the development area,
It's risk.
that's your risk.
There,
Okay, we're already 30 minutes over, so let's go ahead and proceed to the applicant's rebuttal period. You can have up to 3 minutes. You can allocate it any way you want between the 2 of you, but only 3.
and okay, quickly, in the non-comps for 2025, there was 1 Chesapeake that sold, and this is the one that caused his value to go up. Bob's value to go up. That is 5095 Mary Jackson Court. It sold for $1,029,770 in 2025. It assessed at $1,046,700. That one did have a basement. So it's a bigger finished square footage, but that is the exact same as, well, that's where the assessed value comes from, because now ours is even higher than that actually, at $1,047,900. So that's the one Chesapeake that's sold out of those 9 comps, and you're making it a direct comparison to a 2.5-year-old older home that's smaller, and I guarantee you that one had way more upgrades, because if you look at the purchase price compared to our purchase price, there's a significant difference. So I'm sure there were a lot of upgrades added to that, not to mention it's it's an A1, so that would be a direct comparison.
And I'll just say in the remaining few seconds, other than the vaulted ceiling and the windows that accompany that, many of the other features mentioned are standard in Craig Homes and Galaxy Farm. For example, the tray ceilings, the crown molding, the premium countertops, that's all included. And we're happy with our home. We have a nice home, but I've been in many of the homes in the neighborhood, and there are some covered ceilings. There are some fancy buildings. I mean, but you pay for that and that's reflected in the price. And I feel like price is the best reflection of the fair market value, not this grading system.
Thank you. Can I ask, have you been in 5095 Mary Jackson Court?
We're getting some pictures of.
Yeah, that would,
Look at that.
it has a walkout basement.
Same, this is the same model.
That's not the.
That's,
So
that's it.
that is the actual.
It also has a screened-in porch, walkout basement.
Let's see the kitchen.
I don't believe. Sorry.
You think that might be a model? It's just pictures that they did, stock photos. Yeah.
My photo that I took when I went out to that property, it's White House.
Yeah, I love the background too.
Yeah.
Is an open field. This is,
Yeah.
Do you have pictures of that one?
That's what I was trying to find on.
Exterior photos.
Taking pictures of the house.
So in terms of the grade, I'm having a difficult time with such a large difference between the B+1 and the A-1. When we know all of these houses were built by the same builder who uses almost all the same stuff.
is
and all of
A1 the
these-
highest? Or is it A the highest?
Yeah, highest in what?
So you're grading, you're grading. Where does it start?
No,
Where
no,
does it
no,
stop?
A.
This is A minus.
Yeah, and there's L for
A,
luxury.
so this is A minus, there's A and A plus, and then there's L minus L, L plus, M minus M, and M plus above that. So, and then there's all the grades below.
What did M stand for?
Well, what I found, what I did find was curious is, and interesting is that on your website, it talks about grade A and what you look for in terms of grade A. And a lot of these are included in the comps that you chose, those 5. And one is the walkout basement or a basement, which we do not have. It talks about a detailed roofing system with like metal coverings, different types of wooden cedar, shingles, so forth, which we do not have. Solid wood doors, built-in cabinets. The only built-in we have is the little nook in the mudroom where you just two little built-ins. That's it. There's no other, that we do not have solid doors. We have vinyl flooring. We do not have wooden flooring. And that's in the flooring. It says that it would be hardwood, ceramic, slate, high quality. We have vinyl. There's a butler's pantry, the built-in bookcases. We do not have either of those. So I just have 4 or more spacious full bathrooms. It talks about the size of the amount of bathrooms. We have 2.5, which none of the bathrooms were updated. So this is, and it says views would be 1. No, they have views, but, and this is coming from your website.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sorry, but I'm looking at you guys. I apologize. It's coming from the county's website.
I made my argument about the grade. Anybody else agrees with me?
And that it is significant. There were $200,000 change in less than 2.5 years. And I definitely would not put this house on the market for $1,046,000.
So the only significant difference between 5012 Mary Jackson Court and 5095, the basement.
It's the basement, and if you look at the purchase price, it's a very different purchase price, which means most likely they did a lot more upgrades because Craig has not increased their prices in the neighborhood. So when you go through the selection process, they probably chose a lot more like maybe hardwood floors or a more of an upgraded kitchen. I mean, it's hard to tell because we don't have pictures, but I would have gone over and taken pictures if I would have known, but
Since you're here, I'll ask you, if you were listing the house, what would you list?
It would be in the eights,
Would it be?
the high eights. I would list it in the high eights.
So that's consistent with a B+1 grade.
But there's no way I would list it.
So the B+1 was just over 900.
Anybody else want to talk?
I would say if the only significant difference is the basement, then you could subtract the value of the basement.
Subject has 400 square feet more.
That's 400 more square feet.
Yeah.
Well, it's exactly the same thing.
Above grade, yeah, and 735. But there's
Can
obviously
you-
no basement.
Did you be right? What's the number at B1?
903,600.
903,600.
If you look at two other Chesapeake's assessed value that has the same square footage, their assessed value, current assessed value is 886,800. And that is 2480 square foot finished, A1 grade, sold in 2023, 2 months prior to ours. Very similar price, I mean, $400,000 off the sales price, and that is currently assessed at 886,800. And that is a Chesapeake model, almost identical to our client.
The 5095, is that not a Chesapeake model?
Are you talking about a different neighborhood?
No,
No, the same one.
it's not a recent sale.
It's 5142 Mary Jackson Court is currently the very similar square footage as his, maybe.
So we don't have that.
We don't have that.
No, because it's not a recent sale, but I have the data.
But we knew you were gonna bring up the Chesapeake model as being the reason why the values are higher. So we just wanted to point out that one is currently assessed at 886,800, sold 2 months prior to Bob's and sold $4,000 more. I mean, it's very, very similar.
Of the 9 Chesapeakes in the neighborhood, the highest appraisal is 1,077,000. Ours is the second highest. The lowest appraisal is 886,800.
And then 921,900.
Yeah. 921,900 also. So I mean, they're all over the place, but I think it's because of the features, but the 886 seems like it's an outlier because that house, I mean, we know those people that their homes nearly identical to ours. Big difference in the assessments.
How come that one was not picked up?
It actually was being fixed for next year. It hadn't been.
You mean you're not?
Sure.
Yeah, please.
But why not
Yeah,
now?
I don't think we understood the timing of
Sorry.
what she was referring.
I think I tried to mention earlier that when I did the equalization of the model,
It's like-
we were left off because we did not have information. I put for builder and models and pull in my report, but those have since been corrected. I think the value is going to affect 1127.
So they get a year off. I mean, that seems completely
That's human
unfair.
nature, man.
Yeah,
It just is what it is.
That's.
They're not before us. Okay, any further questions?
I don't.
We ready to proceed? Anyone have a motion or talk about it further? I'll just say this one is on the edge, but I ultimately don't feel like I can override. Say this is more likely to be a B1 than an A minus. I feel like maybe there's some number in between that I could be persuaded to look for. I don't know how that adjustment would be made, but I'm pretty convinced that this house would sell for more than $900,000 or $8,000, whatever that is. Seems to me that the comparable one's very good. As you mentioned, like the builder prefers to build on the slab. It's kind of what they're known to do, and I'm not sure that you really get a premium for having a basement here. They set it up in half stories so that yeah, it's certainly a very nice house. I find it difficult to believe that it's towards the bottom of the specs of the Chesapeakes in the neighborhood. It's got to be, at least halfway. It's got to be in the 50th percentile or above, having been in plenty of those houses. not those specifically, but that model and with those finishes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna echo the point I already made earlier, which is, it's what makes this a difficult one to figure out is the $137,000 difference between a B+1 and an A- grade on the house, where, you know, I'm completely on board that this house in the single story with the vaulted ceilings is a nicer grade of house than the 2-story. I understand that. It's just that the difference just seems substantial in the end of the way it's coming out. But I appreciate that they're all being valued in the same way. So for me, the most important part of, being comfortable with what's going on here is that every single Chesapeake model is being valued as an A-. I think that's, that makes it hard to change.
Is there an appetite for anybody to make an adjustment due to the detention pond? I know that's something they set up at the beginning, so, there's an argument that the market priced it in. There's also an argument that there are other Chesapeakes in that neighborhood that are not adjacent to it.
Is that something that we could do temporarily while it's under construction and then reevaluate once construction's done? I mean, it has to be some detriment to the value of the home while it's going on.
Yeah, I think as Mr. Mitchell said, those short-term things really aren't a detriment to the value. They're a short-term inconvenience or nuisance, but they're not a long-term. Somebody buying it wouldn't say this is going to last forever. As soon as we're done with the construction.
You don't get rid of retaining ponds, do you?
Yeah, I guess
They
that's
become,
gonna stay
they
there. I'm
become,
assuming.
they become stabilized and landscaped, green.
Okay.
I still think the grading's wrong. I'd like to see some reduction. I hear you about your number. I'm open to a number.
Yeah, it feels to me like a stepping problem, like an increment problem. I would be in favor of some reduction. I can't see my way down to 900. What I think the value of the house is.
950?
The problem is if we just choose an arbitrary number, it's just gonna jump right back next year.
You could go halfway between B1 and A1 number. That's not arbitrary. That's, we think it should be
We think there's only a half grade difference. Yeah.
I mean,
Didn't we
collectively, we think,
between?
you know what I'm saying?
I understand why I had to go away. How have you guys solved for in other cases where you feel like maybe some right on the line, you must have to adjust for that from time to time?
We have to pick one grade or the other, whichever, and we try to do that based on strictly how we see those grades and not based on how it's.
I understand.
Why was it originally a B grade?
I think the period where we can ask questions, or at least you can ask questions of the assessor, has ended. We're in the deliberation phase now.
A-2.
No,
Not anymore.
there used to be way too many grade options. And
I mean, you can have two.
unfortunately, you're searching for a value instead of setting something appropriately and then adjusting, then see.
I think with you, Evan, I think I could see some reduction, but I don't know that much, the difference between A and B.
The difficulty here is that all the Chesapeakes are being valued at the same way.
So the difference between A and B is $144,000,
Yeah,
$300.
That's a lot. Seems like a lot.
The
After
assessor,
that, 72 grand.
The assessor's explanation here says there is currently a retention pond, but the pond itself is not visible from eye and view when standing at the rear of the property, which would sort of suggest that that was a relevant factor. But or do I understand now you're saying that's not something you ever considered because it's a temporary condition?
Well, no, we're talking about the construction itself of it was temporary.
Oh,
The fact
right.
that It's gonna be a retention pond forever. We're not saying that's temporary. We're saying that the fact that there's a retention pond behind the house should have no adjustment to the home value. It's better than having houses behind it. Maybe not as nice as having trees behind it.
Depends on the house.
We wouldn't have adjusted either of those things. If they have houses behind it or if they had trees behind it, we wouldn't have made an adjustment.
Okay, I understand. What about the sub areas? Can we do something there? This is showing 127K in sub areas versus 192, the basement, it's pretty substantial square footage.
So I don't know, yeah, I mean, related to and I'm not sure this is possible, there's a bunch of Chesapeake models. Some have a basement and some do not, but they all get the same grade of A-1.
They'll get the same grade, but it's different value. I could see taking the value of the basement away from one that had a basement and applying it to this one. Applying that much of a.
I'll find out much of that, yeah.
Discount. And that's why I was asking about the 5095 Mary Jackson Court, but that's not a Chesapeake model because it's got less square foot. Is that what it is?
It's a Chesapeake, I think.
I'm sorry, what was the address?
5095.
5095.
It's a Chesapeake. I think the difference is that we have a small sunroom. They don't, they have so they have finished basement.
Right, so what I'm saying is, I'm saying that we'll deduct the value of the basement since it's a comparable model, but your model has more square footage.
Yeah.
Because it has the sunroom.
That's pretty.
400 square feet.
So those just, yeah.
Maybe 78,000. Yeah, I remember.
5095.
It's two ways to get to simple.
9.5. It has.
I feel like the house would probably be marketed beneath $1 million. You're competing with whatever the remaining new houses are. I don't like it because it's not a durable fix, but I guess over time, the model solves for that. I could do something like 950, 975, 965, something like that. That'd be approximately the basement value off the top one.
So I understand what you're doing. I understand the number you're coming up with. I'm more having a struggle with how to make that more than a one-off.
I hear you. We always try to do it if we can, but the counter argument is that this problem solves itself when because the assessor's office will say, oh, oops, actually our assessments on Chesapeake's and Galaxy Farms are consistently over what the sale price is, and they'll make the adjustment.
And then they'll change all the Chesapeakes
like
down
they did
to
on
like
the
a
others,
plus.
yeah.
Oh, okay,
Could happen.
fair enough.
So that we can peg it on something, why don't we use the value of the basement and take that off?
That's what I agree.
At least then we can peg it on something rather than just picking a number out of the air. And that'll get it down somewhere around that 960 or so. I haven't done the math, but it would be in that general vicinity.
Yeah.
It says basement value on 595 Mary Jackson Court, 43,614.
And then the finished part.
And then
as
the
well.
finish. So add those together, you got about 78,000.
Yeah.
I can go with that.
So that would give us 968.
960 even.
Will we do all the math? Come on.
Well, they have the sunroom, so you gotta add a little bit back in.
Let's just get to a number.
168 even? What do you got?
968.
968.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody wanna?
I'll make a
Have
motion.
You
Make a
may.
motion to
Dave's
modify the assessment for application number 28 to 968,000 even.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, the motion passes unanimously with respect to application number 28, property ID 57642. Thank you for your presentation.
Lance days.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Me too.
I had nothing to do with that change, so I assume the land changes. I mean, the land. Would you like me to, who would like their binders for Friday besides Mr.?
I don't need it.
I don't need it.
Otherwise, you have your digitals. So, yeah, I don't need, you know, don't print one. I'll read it.
He's already got it made up.
Oh, yeah, it's already made.
It's already made up.
We
It's
still have,
easier to read that way.
we still have Mr. Seckley's application. We can deliberate on that now, or we can hold it over till next time.
Yeah, on that one.
I'd like to deal with it now.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've got a few more minutes.
We'll forget.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I got 10 more minutes and I really must,
So I did bring up the actual Excel spreadsheet. I think the problem is what we're doing in the cell isn't necessarily what we're. It's yes.
I'm having trouble getting past the fact that he paid $754.
Yeah, no, I don't think this one should change.
yeah.
I was,
I'm
when you said that's table for later, I was like, let's just say it doesn't. I was,
Yeah, the home run swing is I think common strategy, but probably not the best one.
Yeah.
relative to, you know, 2 years of inflation in this market is more than
I think it may
the
actually be
movement
under
from
assessed.
750 to 7.
Okay.
We can't talk about the changes because they're so substantial.
Yeah.
When the market moves.
Okay,
Okay, so what this is doing, the question around this was why was the per square foot GLA only amount less on the comparable to the section? Because it's 269 instead of 290.
That's right.
But the problem is what this cell is doing is taking the improvement value that's being calculated in the assessment, not the sale price. And it's deducting the basement from that value to come up with what we're assessing just the improvements at.
I see.
That's technically why it's lower. Why the number came out lower, because we're basically talking about the same starting value less the value of the basement on the comparable. So it gives you a smaller number to divide by a very similar square footage.
I think that row should be named differently. Almost everywhere else you use price to talk about sales and value.
Correct. Yeah, there's something wrong with this row, I think, and I don't think it's telling us what we want. And we'll change that going forward.
Yeah, it is helpful to
The more
have.
important part is the base rate is the same. It's 274.
Correct.
Because that's what's really been, that's what's driving the. total.
Okay, so with respect to the application,
Number 18.
18, thanks. I'd move to affirm the assessor's assessment of the parcel. Thank you. For $707,400. Application 18, property ID 1857. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Friedman was first. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, hearing none, that one's unanimously approved. All right, thanks everyone for the work. Is there any further member, or is there any further business? Otherwise, I think we're ready to wind up.
Friday starts at 8 o'clock, so.
I feel like that was directed at me.
The front. It was definitely not. No, I'm just, because it's a little earlier than this morning. The building doesn't actually open till 8 o'clock, so the gentleman at the front desk will let people in prior to 8 to whatever time you show up. But yeah, that's the big difference.
It gets in around 7:30.
Yeah.
Adjournment? Anybody? Who wants to quit?
Yes, is there a motion to adjourn? Okay, all, second?
David Mitchell.
Okay, thank you, David. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we unanimously agreed to adjourn at 12:56 PM. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Gonna make it easier from here.